kicking it, babe, just stay in the town. I'm on the edge, I ain't coming down. I get too high, I'm afraid of the ground. I'm young and I'm paid to play with these sounds. Ignoring the call, she shedding that gown. Started at the top and I'm taking it down off the champagne. Took a break from the brown on a rampage, I've been giving it brown. Shawty been solid some time now. I'm aligned for the wine, dine, and I'm with it. Look where we started and look where we at. I can see where we headed, but I can't see me finish. 3 years ago I was down on my last, was stuck at the crib. I couldn't get out of my bed, then I realized it's all in my head. And I can't go back to the past, yeah. Except now I'm moving, put all in the music for more like a movement is brewing. I cannot picture us losing. I'm sharp when I shoot it, the world is my tutor. She wanna lip block in public, but know that I'm published, we settle for safety. Not in the street, but I'm on the same muscle, that schedule been driving her crazy. They talk like they know me, but know that they bluffing unless it's somebody that pays me. Keep minding your business, the money been printed, my nigga just gotta go get it. I'm in the zone through the winter, I'm trying to see Rome, see Venice. I'm at the summit, I'm thumbing my budget, my nigga, it's nothing, just part of my image. A minute, I know they live it, admit it, I'm teed up. Little baby, she a teaser, tell her to follow the leader. I put that weight on my shoulders, so let's run up the check in my knees, yeah. Really not nobody real, it feel like the stars align and you can see, yeah. Just look at the drip, it's lit. I've been on 10, I'm active again, yeah. Sliding that thing, tell them to step back, cause I'm out of their range. I'm batting again, yeah, I'm active again, yeah. The jaded, they tangled in feelings. I'm on a wave, I know that they hate it. Praises to high, ain't nobody really. I'm gifted, won't trade it for nothing, I'm in it. I get deposits, so I keep it cautious. No cash at the crib, everything been legit. I keep it solid, I know they gon' talk when I get it. They claim they're a part of this, but I'm dolo with it. I'm chasing the riches, the riders, the Hail Mary to the Benjamins. Niggas is mad, they cynical. The hate in your heart, waste your energy. They want what we on, they envy, don't pay it no mind. Too focused on enemy. My soul too pure to have enemies, so I hope you can find you some minute peace. I need a minute, I know they live it, admit it, I'm teed up. Little baby, she a teaser, tell her to follow the leader. I put that weight on my shoulders, so let's run up the check in my knees, yeah. Really not nobody real, it feel like the stars align and you can see, yeah. Just look at the drip, it's lit. I've been on 10, I'm active again, yeah. Sliding that thing, tell them to step back, cause I'm out of their range. I'm batting again, yeah, I'm active again, yeah.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Wait a minute, work hard for the car, so that's why it's all tinted. Wait a minute, had a real late night, woke up with my head spinning out in Nashville. It's been mad real, I need sunglasses, I need Advil. I like fake boobs, and my cash real. I like first place, you're in last still. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Look, pocket rocket in my pocket, please don't make me pop it. All these boys just wanna copy the style, tell them stop it, whoa. It's my destiny, feeling like Latoya, like it found me my Beyonce, and she shotgun in the cockpit. Grinding with the team, making C notes. In my pocket still full of green, call it CeeLo. Alligator watch on me, Tim Tebow. And these haters love to watch me like Tebow. Look, I don't take L's, I just learn a lesson. Before I count the M's, always count my blessings. Look, I'm too short, never second guessing. Got some money, put up for the rain, so I'm never stressing.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Hey, Been on it, drum on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show where she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the
Whoa, they ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I should overcome, what for? Train in the trees, please pardon my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands and stormy shores, sweating tears and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear. It's a day, we break through. It's a day, we break through. The drop, stop clocks on the speed bag. Every out under pressure, no jet lag. This is greater than trophies and so low, so near. I see my victory so clear. It's a day, we break through. It's a day, we break through. It's a day, we break through.
Hey everyone, good evening. Welcome back, friends and folks. You're watching Lenovo presents the Arena Championship by Comic Con India and the Esports Club powered by AMD. And honestly, Darshita, it seems like there have been some few fixes in your light because you are looking colorful.
Yeah, everything seems to be really colorful because today's day is going to be up with a lot of amazing matches. We have a good number of matches today. I mean, yeah, it's going to be for either ways as we did witness the previous day. But again, colorful. For someone, it's going to be red. For someone, it's going to be green. You never know. But for me, everything seems to be really interesting today. I mean, either ways for us because we are going to get the top teams, right? Round of 16 is what we are witnessing, ladies and gentlemen. And we are quite excited, honestly. We did have a word before coming on desk itself, and I feel my co-caster has already jinxed it. But either ways, let's just get going towards the pre-show as well. I mean, let's just discuss about the prize pool. 3 lakh INR on stake right now.
Exactly. And the first place will get 50% of that. That's 1,50,000. Second place will receive 1 lakh. And the third place, 50,000. There's nothing for the first place, unfortunately. But still, you know that those first three places will also be getting a few bragging rights, with the first one getting the maximum number of that, as they will be crowned as the champions of the Arena Championship. So you do not want to miss on that whatsoever. And also, guys, if you want to see me and Darshita on the desk there in Bangalore, then please spam the inbox of the Esports Club on Instagram. And honestly, I want to have a look at the matches as well that will be in front of us today.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting day, honestly. We're looking at today's schedule: True Rippers versus Team Havens, Reckoning versus RTN, Medal Esports versus Black Flag. All right. I heard about a lot of red flags though, but now let's see how good the Black Flag is. Dieversity Esports versus Killwing. Now, this seems to be really interesting. Today's day, I do expect a lot from the other side. I mean, True Rippers, Reckoning, Medal. They are big names, right? We've already seen them performing, but going down to Havens, RT, and Black Flag, and the other teams out there, I do expect a lot from you guys. So let's see how it goes. But for now, we are gonna, head towards the very first match of the day: True Rippers versus Team Havens. I can actually see a Gamers Paradise return down there, so it's gonna be an interesting match.
Super interesting whatsoever. That is something I'm going to agree on. Again, True Rippers banning out Bind as well as Haven and taking care of Breeze. They do not want to play on that one. While Heaven taking care of Ascent, Sunset, and Lotus. So two of those maps which you do not love are not in the pool, and the decider is going to be split. So I really love the choice being brought in because True Rippers, yes, even though they've looked pretty solid onto that one, they still do not have the maps that they are very more comfortable on, right? So I really like this approach coming in from the side of Team Heavens, as they will be pulling
Yeah.
things on split. Now, I personally feel Viper must be a super important pick in those compositions. We've seen every single team going on with those Viper walls as well as the lineups work out really well for them. But as we always know, I want to see ISO.
Oh, come on. You want to see an ESO from the first day itself? I don't think that you will be blessed with that, nor with a Viper, though. I mean, looking at the aging composition coming up from both of these players, we are having that Maker on the Cypher, Techno with an Astra, Sky on Helef, Disrupt with a Raze, and Ari with a Viper. Okay, we do have a Viper, though, coming up from the sides of two Rippers, but on the other side, I do
Just
see an Omen, Cypher, Jet, Sky, and
hmm,
Sage coming.
true. I really love the adjustments now that teams are bringing in, because Cypher's buff literally make him broken at this point, and that is
Yeah.
anything but his tripwires are. They do not break easily. But yeah, so that's a very good adjustment the teams are bringing in, and we clearly remember the two aces yesterday, DM
Yeah.
King as well as Disrupt, both of them just shining brightly out there in the mid game as well as in the last round where Disrupt clutched it and brought the ace for his team, and ace victory. That's what you need. Maybe they want to try and
I mean,
replicate that. And I'm going to
yeah.
tell everyone out there what I actually jinx. I jinx a 13-0. So we're not going to see any
Select your
13-0
agent.
in favor of either True Rippers or Team Heaven. So yeah, I've jinxed it entirely. But I love the composition from both of them. Yes, there's Omen for the smoke on the side of Team Heaven. But seriously, I kind of wanted to see a Viper coming in, but maybe they're going to go in for the double Sentinel composition, trying to go for a more defensive approach.
Yeah, the investment of Sage somewhere down the line is going to be important. I mean, if it is the map of split, you can actually control the mid entirely with just one single Sage wall. And until and unless your
True.
opponent tend to break it down completely, you might have your reinforcement ready towards the vent or maybe towards the haven. So, yeah, investment of Sage is going to be really important. Also, as I am a Sage man itself, I can guarantee that I do hold the mid way too easier when it goes down to a Sage. So, it's going to be interesting, but as you said, you definitely jinxed it, a 13-0 already that you are anticipating. But I feel like there might be some changes coming up. Looking at the agent composition as well, the double sentinel might be a great advantage going to the second half. Not really
Mhm.
sure on how things will pan out in the first half itself. But ladies and gentlemen, let's do this again to what we've been doing from the previous day itself. The first match for the day, Team True Rippers versus Team Heavens. Will the big names still be on the top, or these new names will tend to take them down, is yet a question. But pistol round, scared, do the honors, please.
All right, pistol round is where things are going to go down to. Love the confidence coming in from Shadow, bringing in the Sheriff as well on that jet. And that is the confidence you need from one of your star players to be brought in early, engaged towards the mid. That's going to be contact being made. But again, the Jiggle Peak, absolutely brilliant. Smoke's going to deny any kind of information as well as the push. They've also placed an Astra Star there. So you know that directly pushing towards the mid is going to be problematic for Team Heavens. They have to be pretty safe. Moving on towards the entire B, they want to go in and look for that execute. While they've already placed their Cypher as the lurk, so he can try and catch a few rotations out there, as that's going to be the first pick. Techno wins out the first duel coming in, and as the duel is taken care of in the meantime, Helef shuts down any kind of lurk. Last three players, that's going to be 1 and 2. Disrupt's going to take the win for the first round.
The very first round rolls to the favors of Team True Rippers, ladies and gentlemen. And look at Disrupt, though. Left, right, maybe Omen, maybe the other player, but either ways, he got both of them for himself. First round, yes, it's for the sides of True Rippers. Going down to the second round, they are gonna have great, investments made. So I definitely say this is gonna be a 2-0 coming up, right? Team Haven, until and unless they are not able to get those perfect shots hit onto their opponents, it's going to be very difficult for them to make it to an equalizer. But it completely depends. Only if they are able to drop down a Bulldog or a Spectre, that's where things might just change. But now that Disrupt knows the position of one of the players out there, Shadow, has been brought. The pixels of his health is literally barely surviving. The blind is perfect, and that's where Rico goes down as well. Team Haven's last three remaining players, that make up for one, doubles it up, triples it up. No, he does not. It's going to be Hellef who shuts down Sandy, though. But as said, it's going to be a 2-0 in the initial stages.
Yep. It can also be said that Deathmaker kind of stole away the ace, but all right. That's some eco frags, them farming up those orbs. 2-0, just as you mentioned, no weaponry lost whatsoever. So that is one of the dream anti-eco rounds True Rippers would be wanting to go for. However, Team Heaven this time around gonna go and try for the similar kind of approach they used in the pistol round, but this time they are investing quite a lot of people in towards the mid, as the camera would also go in. It's gonna give them a ton of information, and the smoke also goes up towards the winds. So you know that Viper needs to push up a close RU, putting up his own smoke. It's gonna go and cross in. Is the cross anticipated? Because Disrupt and RU, both of them will be holding that one choke point, and as soon as the poison orb is off, from the Astra smoke as well. Helif also reinforcing that one part. That's going to be the first pick. Shadow wins it out, but they don't anticipate Disrupt and Helif to get a double off of that. And that's going to be the nade pushing everyone back. The mid choke force was just absolutely brilliant, and Disrupt just following it up, finishing things off in style. Because it's just stand remaining, and Adam is going to get the 4K. Nope, not allowed.
I mean, you have to accept the fact that it's just Disrupt being Disrupt completely. The first frag did come in for the sides, for the attacking side though, but it just did not work in their favor. Disrupt, the way he just went in with a satchel so confidently, even though he had a Spectre for himself, did not care. He did not scare anything. I mean, yeah, he just did not care about the fact that he has a Spectre in his hand. He knew that his aim is so precise to take both of them down. That's going to be True Rippers denying a full buy round for their opponent. So economically, once again, a lot of problems. Paranoia is not going to hit anyone. But this time, it's going to be an A approach coming up. The Viper wall might be of a problem. RU will he find one? Yes, he does. And that's going to be Snow Lags. But a trade comes up. And that's going to be from Shadow. It's not back to the Shadow gets taken down. So it's the case with Rico. Trade seems to be perfect. One last remaining player, Stan, gets taken down to that Maker once again, a 4-0, and finally another full buy for the attacking half.
That is true, but in the way that True Rippers are right now rolling, it seems even more difficult for Team Heavens to break through it. Because again, when you look at it in a certain manner, you realize that they haven't even touched the site once. Bomb planting is just in a different area. They have not even been allowed into those sites, because whenever they try and fight for the space around the map, they're just denied it entirely. And if you're also looking at this mid setup, the mid chokehold, it's brilliant coming in from True Rippers, because again, they've been realizing what the idea coming in from Heavens is, and they have been stopping it perfectly. As of now, I really love this kind of approach, as 3 people already taking control of the site. Tekno in the meantime still holding that point utility in hand. Snorlax be quick enough, not lazy as of now. Position noted, but Disrupt, will he be able to win that one? RU definitely does, and Yanking as well on the other side. Will be finishing things off with a 2 for himself and True Rippers. The way that they are going in for those rotations, I just love the fact that whenever there's some kind of attention towards one part of the map, the rest of the team move as a unit, because as soon as the couple of people, RU specifically, rotated from the mid, you saw DM King moving there and taking control of that space. So that is just brilliant.
Yeah, that's going to be true. 5 rounds done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen, but still not even one single time the spike is being planted. True Rippers, their hold seems to be phenomenal. The way they have the map control and they are demanding it, it seems to be difficult for the sides or for the attacking side to have the side under their control. But this round, again, investments, yes, they have been made. True Rippers haven't lost one single round yet, so economically they are really very, very strong. And they do have a record though, a 13-1 record, but the dash in comes, Helef with the 1. It's going to be a trade, though Disrupt gets taken down. They do have the information as well, but Oreo, the Omen is yet present towards the mid, and if they cannot spot him, it's going to be a big mess coming up. Tekno doubles it up, Helef shuts down Shadow as well. It all goes down to Omen being the last surviving player, and that's going to be Rico, who gets taken down from that Maker, ladies and gentlemen, 6-0. It was a good start. I mean, they had the first frag for themselves. The trade was perfect. But then again, if I talk about the sides of True Rippers, it just went haywire and did not work in their favor. Now Disrupt does have a judge to work around. Do I anticipate a double satchel and a judge right in front of his enemies? I mean, do you think that's gonna happen?
It could be possible. He also has the showstopper, right? But this time around,
Yeah.
True Rippers are changing their approach. They're only leaving RU towards mid because they have a read that might actually be here. And showstopper right off the face with a perfect flash. It's down to 2 HP and the support is there from BN King. That is just a brilliant maneuver. Sandy in the meantime wins the duel in the mid finally, but at what cost? They've lost the spikes, they've lost a couple of players. They have the mid control, but they can't go anywhere because it's just one part they need to focus on. Session as well noted for Jet, so you know that the lurk is coming in. Seekers were used up, but again, that's just gonna help them a little bit. As long as the duels are isolated, they can try and win it. Great Storm is coming in, but Helef still wins out the trade against Sandy. That's the Sky taken care of. No more flashes to work with. You've got Omen. We have Paranoia at max, but it's about it. That's going to be the pop flash play coming in. Brilliant. Notes the position of both of them. That's going to be just wrap up. You anticipated a double satchel push, and that is exactly what happened. Not a judge though, but with the showstopper. So I guess both our predictions went perfect. But seriously, True
Oh yeah.
Rippers, the way they're having the read on Team Heavens, it's just perfect. Utmost perfection.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
It's gonna be true. True Rippers right now. I mean, we've been talking about experience the previous day as well, and I tend to talk about it today as well. I honestly feel like this map more or less is gonna be a learning for the attacking side. They do have a lot to learn right now. In the previous round as well, right? It was a 3v4 though, but they could have converted it completely based upon peeking together. They need to stand right besides their teammate, not with the fact of getting down, but at least they can find a perfect trade out there. Disrupt once again is planning to do them dirty, and he's able to do that successfully. Shadow faces a judge. Satchel comes in. Disrupt for 2. Yes, he is. Might be the third one as well. Disrupt finally faces a denial. But again, he has his own teammates, Aryu and Techno, to cover it up all for him. 8-0, ladies and gentlemen. This seems to be really difficult for the sides of Team Havens. But True Rippers, they are possibly enjoying the best of their time and might just break their own record of a 13-1. You never know. But my co-caster has already jinxed it. So, yeah, True Rippers, you know whom to contact.
What if, the jinx is only working in your case and not for me? What if? I mean, if that happens, you're getting a few more DMs out there. But either ways, we're again going to come back and focus on the match. Because Heavens, they have been trying to go in for those one-dimensional approaches. True Rippers been having a perfect read and their adjustments have been brilliant. As of now, the ball will go up along with the Cypher Steel Cage, but Shadow, he tried to make a proactive play out of it. Was just welcomed it. Stan has got the rest, so will be bringing him back, but only for so long as Aryu finishes him off. Yet again, the crosshold has been perfect. Not a knife. Not a knife. Boy, that's not a knife, but DM. It's a 4.
Oh, trust me. Trust me, scared. They won't go for a knife. That's just True Rippers, man. Come on. They definitely won't go in for a knife. I feel the resurrection was perfect, but if they would have been able to maybe cover their teammates, things would have been different. But again, it all goes down to Rippers having the 9th one on board, 9-0. I'm really scared for the fact that it might go down to a 12-0 if things tend to be in this way. A lot of ults are being invested coming up from the side of Team Havens, but things are not working in their favor, and True Rippers seems to deny every single thing to them. Over and over again, mid presence is being showcased. They are trying to have the mid control for themselves, but even that is not, given away coming from the sides of True Rippers. They just tend to have the entire control for themselves and not give away any single portion of the map. The shots are perfect. That Maker finds the very first frag, and that's going to be the neural theft coming online. They know the locations of the player, but no, please do not do that. Over and over again towards the mid, the players are facing Disrupt and are not able to take him down. That Maker finds one more, 2 versus 5. Seems to be impossible.
The double controller and the utils have just been absolutely insane. The way that they've been using those smokes and the way that True Rippers have been going out for those peaks, it just seems like that they've practiced a lot on the map of Split, and I mean it competitively. Because we've seen time and time again that their only nemesis in the games have basically been Team Orangutan, right? So the way that they are playing right now, I think so. They are just super fired up onto winning this tournament whatsoever because they have been moving on around the map with so utmost perfection that you kind of try and think what kind of rotations are coming in, but just giving him an ace at this point. Just give him an ace. He uses up the Seekers as well. Gets a perfect shutdown from the Rams towards the main. That has just been brilliant. Again, give him the ace at this point. Slowly creeping up down to 77 HP. Can he get one more? Yes, he will. Oh my god. Just steal the ace away. He goes to first and that will be the ace. LF.
So much more.
See, I told you I don't jinx it.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's hella for you. The previous day it was that Maker and Disrupt. Today it is gonna be hell left with an ace. Disrupt did try to take the last player down though, but instead it was hell left for the last frag. But either ways, the feeling of having an ace is something very different. I know, Sked, you are not able to feel it right now, but yeah, it's completely all right. 11-0. Slowly and steadily, we might just move towards a 12-0. Team Mavens, they do have two of their ultimates online. It's going to be the Blade Strong and the Neural Theft. But again, with the Guiding Light, they do have a lot of information. Look at Stan, though. Look at that positioning. Definitely not another Grim Ball that we are talking about, but Stan finally shuts down Helef, and it's going to be Shadow who takes down that Maker. A hope of 11-1 is really high at this point of time because numbers are not favoring the sides of True Rippers for now. The site is completely open for business, and this might be the first time that the spike gets planted. But once again,
the spike is in Sivers.
Yeah, exactly. The spike is being retrieved, and they are making their way towards the site as well. But you know what, Team Havens, now that they have the site control, they need to hold back their position and not extend any kind of fights.
Spike planted.
That is true, but here we go with the showstopper. Tries to get one. He will actually get one, and that's going to be Cypher taken care of. He disrespects the ball.
One enemy remaining.
This is disrupting every single person out there, and they're going to go in for the defuse as well. I'm going to come in, maybe yes, but the pit was also invested. Everything just going haywire for Team Heavens. And you said that maybe it might be an 11-1. No says True Rippers whatsoever. It was just perfect. Look at this adjustment from Disrupt.
Yeah, it just feels like True Rippers, they want to break their own record of the 13-1 and maybe have a match where they tend to have a 13-0 for themselves, because it's the match point, ladies and gentlemen. Second half and the very first round is what we are talking about. This might just be a match for, this might just be it for both of these teams. As I said a while ago, for someone it's going to be green, for someone it's going to be red. But it seems like Team Havens, they are not able to feel it today. Everything seems to be falling down. But I have to give it to Stan. The wall in the previous round towards the other side, that was actually phenomenal towards the A. There was a good boost coming up from the wall itself. But once again, pistol round. True Rippers in this tournament do have 100% win right towards the pistol itself. That Maker finds one. Stan is done for. Sandy goes down. That's Disrupt being so confident. Does not check the other corner. Gets taken down. The trade coming up from Techno. Will normalize everything. One last remaining player, Rico. Not really sure on what can he do. A 1 versus 4 scared.
Called for it before the match started, but alright, that's gonna be maybe only getting one. Tries to go for the right flick, not connecting any shots, and it's just True Rippers team rolling through entire game. I mean, that has just been outstanding performance from them. You can call it a flawless performance, because yes, it was a flawless scoreline, but at the end of the day, you could not find any kind of major mistakes coming in their play. The rotations were on point. The util usage was on point. And their aim was super precise, and it always came down to those aim duels, right? They were checking their corners properly and perfectly, making sure that they have the vision, they do not give out a lot of information, and with that they just steamrolled through the entire game.
Yeah, that's going to be so true. I mean, True Rippers once again ripping things apart for their opponents. Every single time you see True Rippers on your screen,
Mhm.
and every single player feeling themselves, you know it's the end. But I honestly did not expect
True.
the 13-0 though. They just broke their own record. The previous day, ladies and gentlemen, it was a 13-1. But today, at all, it goes down to a 13-0 scoreline that True Rippers have for themselves. The upcoming match that we have is going to be for the sides of Team Reckoning, though. Again, as I said right a while ago, today we have three matches with big names. We have Reckoning, we have Medal, we have True Rippers. So, yeah, there's this competition going on. Will the table toppers be on the top, or it's going to be the new players, the talented new talents, or the underdogs taking them down? A lot of discussions, but once again, highlights, maybe the scoreboard. That's where we will also find precise details on what exactly went wrong for the sides of Team Haven.
That is true because again, Heavens they did try to go in for their attacks. They were
Yeah,
trying to get something, but they only got spike planted once. And
once.
even in that round, they just did not anticipate the way Disrupt would just break through those lines because the Cosmic Divide was also pretty good. I would not lie. It isolated Cypher in that situation and made sure that the crossfire was broken up. And the moment they broke that crossfire, it was just Disrupt taking care of everyone here and there. Let's quickly have a look at the highlight as well because that is a play I really want to see yet again. It all started from the pistol, and this was just a perfect chokehold from their side. And it just seemed that Heavens, the moment they tried to go in for the execute, the follow up, it was a second or two late, but at the same time, you always want your jet to be pushed up in such a way that there is a flash prior to the jet entry, and there are also
Yeah.
a few util dumps here and there, maybe a sage slow on towards the right so that no one can push it and try and go in for any kind of pincer. Maybe just go in for a few more lineups here and there, or just simply put up a sage wall towards that one cubby. So just to make sure that there's absolutely no one shooting you from heaven. But nothing of that sorts was being done, and it just seemed that Heavens were not completely prepared for this fight.
Yeah, it more or less was the case, though. I mean, I really feel sad for Stan in that previous round when he was hit really hard with the showstopper coming up from Disrupt Flash, not really sure on what is going
True.
around. Could just see a flashy screen right in front of his eyes. Also, Disrupt has been legit destroying his opponents, with the judge, the satchels, over and over again. I mean, imagine a flying race coming on your screen and just judging you out. That's gonna be heartbreaking, right? So, yeah, that seemed the case, but either ways, it went in as a flawless victory for the side of True Rippers, ladies and gentlemen. No flaws, no casualties. I mean, yeah, they did have casualties in some rounds here and there, but if I talk about the scoreline, they had no casualties. A 13-0, a clean scoreline that everyone wishes to have. Scared.
Everyone does, and especially the fans of True Rippers. I mean, they'd be here like, this is
Yeah.
the funniest moment in the entire game. Disrupt just trying to steal the ace, and Sandy puts a bullet right in his head. But this was the round I was talking about, right? You can see Disrupt trying to shoot the bullets, move through the wall, gets one, and then quickly watches the other side as well. And this double up along with the Viper's Pit, this decided it's worth investing onto because, again, it's the last round. Might as well just quickly invest every single utility and
Death
tool that you
Maker.
have. 346 ACS, but Deathmaker 17 and 2. All right. We were talking about everyone, but he was
Not that
slowly creeping up in those
exactly.
kills. Yeah, I mean, sheesh,
Um,
no
he,
flashy
he
plays. Mhm.
Yep, he deserves the spotlight right here at this point of time, ladies and gentlemen. 17-12, that maker, 210 of a rating and 316 of an ACS. As if I talk about the entirety of True Rippers, everyone has an ACS in triple digits. But when I go down towards the side of Team HVN, it seems that Shadow did a great job. I mean, he was trying his level best, but if it would have been his own teammates stepping up, things would have been different though. But again, at all, as I said, right, it might just be a match that gets Team HVN a lot of learnings. And more or less, yep, that might just be the case. You look at Hill, if he has four first bloods being on and Sky, Techno with every single player in True Rippers has least one of a first blood. I mean, okay.
That's just how True Rippers roll every time, right? Because their defensive setup, their hold was just perfect on every single point. You had a couple of people
Yeah.
towards the B, you had a couple of people towards A, and then there was Ari who was always playing in the mid. And the moment they were able to shut down those pushes in the mid and B for a couple of times, it is decided now it's time for the show stopping play on towards the A, wherein you just mentioned that since there was disrupt already there, he would probably go in for some satchel flashy plays with the showstopper, getting that round and basically breaking the backbones of heavens. Now, it's going to be it for this game, guys, but you already know there's another game remaining in three of them actually. So we'll be heading on for a very short break, but we'll be right back. Maybe you'll see me in the outfit. But let's find out.
And it's obvious. They need him a target. I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something I'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Jay with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm touch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit you from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She be curving you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked out, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I've been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. If they ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling, I speed out, I hit me the tail. I give it a thrill, I put it on. This facade get a plot, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it. Back in it, baby, just staying in town. I'm on the edge, I ain't coming down. I get too high, I'm afraid of the ground. I'm young and I'm paid to play with these sounds. Ignoring the call, she shutting that gown. Started at top and I'm taking it down off the champagne. Took a break from the brown on a rampage. I've been giving it brown. Shawty been solid some time now. I'm my life for the wine, dine, and I'm with it. Look where we started and look where we at. I can see where we headed, but I can't see me finish. 3 years ago, I was down on my last. Was stuck at the crib, I couldn't get out of my bed. Then I realized it's all in my head. And I can't go back to the past, yeah. Except now I'm moving, put all in the music for more like a movement is brewing. I cannot picture us losing. I'm sharp when I shoot it, the world is my tutor. She wanna lip block in public, but know that I'm published, we settle for safety. Not in the street, but I'm on the same muscle, that schedule been driving her crazy. They talk like they know me, but know that they bluffing unless it's somebody that pays me. Keep minding your business, the money been printing, my just gotta go get it. I'm in the zone through the winter. I'm trying to see Rome, see Venice. I'm at the summit, I'm thumbing my budget, my it's nothing, just part of my image. I need a minute. I know they live it, admit it, I'm teed up. Little baby, she a teaser. Tell her to follow the leader. I put that weight on my shoulders, so let's run up the check in my D's, yeah. Really not nobody real, it feel like the stars align and you can see, yeah. Just look at the drip, it's lit. I've been on 10, I've been on 10. I'm active, yeah, yeah. Sliding that thing, tell them to step back, cause I'm out of their range. I'm batting again, yeah, I'm active again, yeah. It's jaded, they tangled in feelings. I'm on a wave, I know that they hate it. Praises to high, ain't nobody really. I'm gifted, won't trade it for nothing, I'm in it. I get deposits, so I keep it cautious. No cash at the crib, everything been legit. I keep it solid, I know they gon' talk when I get it. They claim they're part of this, but I'm dolo with it. I'm chasing the riches, the riders, the Hail Mary to the Benjamins. Niggas is mad, they cynical. They hate in your heart with your energy. They want what we on, they envy, don't pay it no mind. Too focused on enemy. My soul's too pure to have enemies, so I hope you can find you some inner peace. I need a minute. I know they live it, admit it, I'm teed up. Little baby, she a teaser. Tell her to follow the leader. I put that weight on my shoulders, so let's run up the check in my D's, yeah. Really not nobody real, it feel like the stars align and you can see, yeah. Just look at the drip, it's lit. I've been on 10, I've been on 10. I'm active, yeah, yeah. Sliding that thing, tell them to step back, cause I'm out of their range. I'm batting again, yeah. I'm
I pass in the street. Bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Wait a minute, work hard for the car, so that's why it's all tinted. Wait a minute, had a real late night, woke up with my head spinning out Nashville. It's been mad real, I need sunglasses, I need Advil. I like fake boobs, and my cash real. I like first place, you're in last still. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Look, pocket rocket in my pocket, please don't make me pop it. All these boys just wanna copy the style, tell them stop it, whoa. It's my destiny, feeling like Latoya, like it found me my Beyonce, and she shotgun in the cockpit. Grinding with the team, making C notes. In my pocket still full of green, call it CeeLo. Alligator watch on me, Tim Tebow. And these haters love to watch me like Tebow. Look, I don't take L's, I just learn a lesson. Before I count the M's, always count my blessings. Look, I'm too short, never second guessing. Got some money, put up for the rain, so I'm never stressing.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Hey. They been on it, drum on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Beside get a plot, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Jay with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit shit from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She been curving you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. If they ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get a plot, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run around with it. Run around with it. Run around with that. wrecking it, babe, just stay in a town. I'm on the edge, I ain't coming down. I get too high, I'm afraid of the ground. I'm young and I'm paid to play with these sounds. Ignoring the call, she shutting that gown. Started at the top, and I'm taking it down off the champagne. Took a break from the brown on a rampage. I've been giving it brown. Shawty been solid some time now. I'm my life for the wine, dine, and I'm with it. Look where we started and look where we at. I can see where we headed, but I can't see me finish. 3 years ago, I was down on my last. Was stuck at the crib, I couldn't get out of my bed. Then I realized it's all in my head, and I can't go back to the past, yeah. Except now I'm moving, put all in the music for more like a movement is brewing. I cannot picture us losing. I'm sharp when I shoot it, the world is my tutor. She wanna lay block in public, but know that I'm published, we settle for safety. Not in the street, but I'm on the same muscle, that schedule been driving her crazy. They talk like they know me, but know that they bluffing unless it's somebody that pays me. Keep minding your business, the money been printing, my nigga just gotta go get it. I'm in the zone through the winter. I'm trying to see Rome, see Venice. I'm at the summit, I'm thumbing my budget, my nigga, it's nothing, just part of my image. I need a minute. I know they live it, admit it, I'm teed up. Little baby, she a teaser. Tell her to follow the leader. I put that weight on my shoulders, so let's run up the check in my knees, yeah. Really not nobody real, it feel like the stars align and you can see, yeah. Just look at the drip, it's lit. I've been on 10, I've been on 10. I'm active, yeah, yeah. Sliding that thing, tell them to step back, cause I'm out of their range. I'm batting again, yeah, I'm active again, yeah. Jaded, they tangle in feelings. I'm on a wave, I know that they hate it. Praises to high, ain't nobody really. I'm gifted, won't trade it for nothing, I'm in it. I get deposits, so I keep it cautious. No cash at the crib, everything been legit. I keep it solid, I know they gon' talk when I get it. They claim they're part of this, but I'm dolo with it. I'm chasing the richest, the riders, the Hail Mary to the Benjamins. Niggas is mad, they cynical. The hate in your heart, waste your energy. They want what we on, they envy, don't pay it no mind. Too focused on enemy. My soul's too pure to have enemies, so I hope you can find you some inner peace. I need a minute. I know they live it, admit it, I'm teed up. Little baby, she a teaser. Tell her to follow the leader. I put that weight on my shoulders, so let's run up the check in my knees, yeah. Really not nobody real, it feel like the stars align and you can see, yeah. Just look at the drip, it's lit. I've been on 10, I've been on 10. I'm active, yeah, yeah. Sliding that thing, tell them to step back, cause I'm out of their range. I'm batting again, yeah, I'm active again, yeah.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Wait a minute, work hard for the car, so that's why it's all tinted. Wait a minute, had a real late night, woke up with my head spinning out in Nashville. It's been mad real, I need sunglasses, I need Advil. I like fake boobs, and my cash real. I like first place, you're in last deal. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Look, pocket rocket in my pocket, please don't make me pop it. All these boys just wanna copy the style, tell them stop it, whoa. This my destiny, feeling like Latoya, like it found me my Beyonce, and she shotgun in the cockpit. Grinding with the team, making C notes. In my pocket still full of green, call it CeeLo. Alligator watch on me, Tim Tebow. And these haters love to watch me like Tebow. Look, I don't take L's, I just learn a lesson. Before I count the M's, always count my blessings. Look, I'm too short, never second guessing. Got some money, put up for the rain, so I'm never stressing.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Hey, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell. That for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I split it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like it's surgery. She be curving you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen says she needs space in a new.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back once again. I hope you guys have the same energy because this match is also going to be way too interesting. What you guys are watching right now is going to be Lenovo presents the Arena Championship by Comic-Con India and the Esports Club powered by AMD as well. But bringing you back to this cast, it is me, Darshita. Alongside me, it's going to be Scared. I did expect him to be in a different outfit though, but yeah, he did not. But anyway, Scared, how are you doing and what are your thoughts on the second match for the day?
Honestly, looking forward to it, especially after such an energetic introduction from you, because this is one of the most electrifying way you mentioned about the games and bringing everyone back on the game. It's going to be RTN Esports up against Reckoning. So you already know underdogs up against an experienced team. It's going to be super fun to watch. I honestly hope it's not like the previous game because yes, it was a 13-0. It was a clear-cut domination coming in from True Rippers. But this time around, I want to see some kind of fight being put up.
Yeah, that's going to be true though. This is going to be the map of Lotus, ladies and gentlemen. We started off today's day with the map of Split going down to the second map. It's going to be Lotus. I remember previous day when we saw the sides of Team Reckoning. We saw them on the map of Haven and it was a good fight. But now today, again, I'm not really sure on what to expect coming up from the sides of Team RTN. I mean, what I mean to say right now is going to be RTN, again, is a new team, right? Not really sure
True.
about the players as well. Can be a big surprise. I mean, come on, surprises are meant to be huge, right? So, expectations, yes, there are a lot. But the way today's day started with the 13-0 to Rippers, they've set a benchmark. They've set a record. But as it is said that records are meant to be broken, I'm not really sure how will someone break a 13-0 record.
That is true. And honestly, since we're already talking about the records, right? If you look at the past record of Reckoning Esports, yesterday,
Yeah.
I believe, if I'm not wrong, they were down by 0 and 4. And after that, they were like, all
Yeah.
right, there's a switch that turned out in their head. And they were like, we have to focus on the game. And ended up the half in an 8-4 scenario. Now, since we'll be heading onto the map of Lotus as of now, it's a very attack-centric map. You need to have teams getting at least 7 or 8 rounds in those attacking halves. And when we're looking at RTN, yes, on their attack side, they can try and surprise Reckoning yet again with a few of those strategies. But the way they mix those strategies and utilize them to open up some new spaces around the map is going to be super crucial. Because we, for a fact, know Reckoning is a very experienced team. They take their time, but once they get rolling, it's super difficult to stop them. And as already we are talking about stopping something, let's stop and have a look at the agent select.
Toretto, Accelerate, Pain, Patrat, and Panzer, if I'm not wrong, that is how it is pronounced. But yeah, either ways, we do have a Yoru coming up. I did expect a Neon though. I mean, the first pick that Pain did went in was a Neon, but a double duelist, maybe a double duelist coming up from the sides of RT and Reckoning Esports on the other side. I'm going to stick back to their basics. Astra, Sky, Viper, KJ, and a Raze. Yep, coming back to Deadlock again. I mean, before even I can talk about Deadlock. A lot of switches though. I mean, look at Toretto. Not really sure if he will go in for a Fade, a Deadlock, a KO, a Sage, a Sky. Okay.
I don't think so. It's going to be Deadlock. Yeah. We're just going to go in for that double initiator composition or maybe a double controller comp, because on the other side we are seeing a double controller Astra Viper.
Yeah.
We just saw the Astra
Choose
Viper
your
combination in
agent.
the previous match, right? It was, yes, the map was split, but you know that those
Yeah.
choke points were being held perfectly. The smoke rotations was really on point, and once you've got both of these agents on board, you know Viper can literally hold through all of those choke points only with two of her utils, the wall as well as the smoke op. So it's going to be, I mean, fun to watch, because I, for a fact, being a Viper main, love to stop the enemies whenever they're
Wait,
trying
what?
to, close up to one specific side. Yeah, I am a Viper main. You had an idea about that. I've mentioned it multiple times.
See,
Yeah, I am
I
toxic.
definitely, yes, I was about to say that, and so is said by our producer as well. But okay, either ways, if I talk about the sides of Team RTN for now, if I talk about the players, I've seen them perform prior as well, so I do expect a lot now. I mean, yeah, it was a blurry picture before we came up to the agent selection,
True.
but now that we have an idea on who the players are, and we've seen them performing previously as well, there are high expectations coming up from both of these ends. It at all goes down to the pistol round over and over again to initiate the entirety of victories, because you have the pistol round, you have an advantage, you directly get a 2-0 in the initial stage itself. But by chance, if RTN gets a chance to maybe go in for a plant, they might force in the second round, if at all they lose the first round. So there have been a lot of speculations around, but in terms of investment, 4 ghosts coming up from both of the ends, no shields whatsoever from the sides of Reckoning. Early A control being demanded once again. Toretto from the Viper wall seems to be a bit difficult, but Moya will be finding the very first track for himself, and that's going to be one controller out of the picture.
Indeed, Caramel on the other side will be trying to hold the choke point. Goes in for that snake bite play, so you know that no one's going to be pushing through that one choke point. But look at the amount of space that's been taken already. There's
enemy
some
remaining.
people on behind your back. Excali gets 2 of his own, and it's just one remaining member. Boya dodging the flash, will be able to get the last pick as well. That's going to be a simple, smooth round for Reckoning. But the way that they scaled up towards literally the spawn of the attackers was just unanticipated by RTN. So they'll have to watch out for, and honestly, if they can try and play with this aggression, they can try and make some attention towards one side, only to kind of force Reckoning for that early aggressive rotation and catch them off guard, punish them.
Yep. 1-0, Reckoning Esports, they have the first round for themselves and an advantage in the second one. RTN Esports will need to go in for a complete save. And at the same time, Harsh has already given them a lot of information. This is going to be one single player towards the A side, right behind the Viper wall, his own wall. But 2 players towards the B, 2 towards the C. Caramel finds the first one, and that's going to be Toretto down once again. Not for the first time. In the previous round itself, right, when we saw an A aggression coming up from the sides of Reckoning Esports, it was the Viper punished, and it's going to be the same thing again. A lot of damage coming up from the sides of Moya, being capitalized by Harsh. Excali finds one on the Panzer. Expecting a lot from the sides of RTN Esports in this specific round would not be the case, at least from my end though, because they do not have enough amount of weapons to work around
One
with.
enemy remaining.
Alright.
That's
Excali
from
finds from above, he shuts down XLR8 as well, and it all goes down to one last remaining player, Pat Pratt. A 1 versus 4, having a classic in his hand, maybe can go in for a frag or get the spike. No, he cannot get the spike planted. He needs to retrieve it. So, yeah, it's
30
done for
seconds
it.
left.
It's done for. It's a 2-0 for the sides of Reckoning Esports.
Yes, that is true. But the question is, can you find a few exit frags? So,
Yeah.
maybe just get lucky, get a couple of those bullets in those heads. Maybe force a few more weapons down. I mean, but it's maybe just too much to ask for at this point, because
10
yes, he's
seconds
going to
left.
make his move. Sound cue is given, knife out, and a simple shutdown for Caramel. That's going to be another round, just as you mentioned, for Reckoning. Now, it was still a save round, but I would have expected RTN to probably get a few more weaponries off of the hands of Reckoning. Their economy is pretty solid at this point. No major problems coming in for them, but Excali running on 4-0, just a couple of points away from his cosmic divide. So you already know it's going to be problematic if in case they do not deal with him as quickly as possible, because once he gets rolling, it's difficult to stop him, and can also be said by
Yeah.
other members, right? You can talk about A and Q as well. Once he gets rolling, it's almost difficult to stop him. But for now, again, looking at the setup, three people towards C, that can be some fights being taken. Engage is going on here
Enemy
and there, back
remaining.
and forth trades, but at the
Spike
end
down,
of the day,
C.
it still favors Reckoning with just one member lost. Towards the mount, they demanded some control and attention. Reckoning gave them exactly that. Winter will be there to shut everything down. Just a couple of bodies lost. That is Reckoning slowly creeping ahead.
Does not matter even if Reckoning has lost few players out there, because either ways they were on their bonus, right? Third round is technically going to be their full buy round. But for the sides of RTN, it was so difficult to counter the sides of Reckoning in the previous round itself. The door opened up a lot of opportunities for the sides of Reckoning Esports. At the same time, the flashes, the paint shells, everything, every util out there was perfect, and it all just went so difficult for the sides of RT and Esports. Fourth round, again, they won't be having any full buy, but okay. Okay, Reckoning Esports. Good lineup though coming up from the sides of Viper, XLR8, Sheriff is all that they have to rely on. Torito has been really stubborn with his position towards the A side, which definitely is not rewarding him anything, but in this round at least, Pain and XLR tend to take down two players. It all goes on to
Enemy
3v3
remaining.
until and unless ANQ and Moya came in the picture. One last remaining player, Toretto, is good for one. Yes, he is. Shuts down Caramel. Can retrieve a Vandal. 1v2 can be done, though he has 100 HP to survive on, but he needs to retrieve the spike, which is down outside the seaside. So that's where the main problem is.
Yes, that is true. But honestly, I love the adjustment this time came around from RTN, because yes, those
Yeah,
gunfights, they were able to win a few of those outs and were also able to catch the person on the rotation. Toretto getting the weaponry upgrade should be able to try and probably isolate those
30
duels. But
seconds left.
looking at the setup, watching each other's six, Reckoning Esports, they're not leaving any room open. It's just him using up the toxic screen, probably to try and grab the attention of someone here and there. That's Alarm Bot giving the information. It's got to make his move quick. Puts up the orb. Can it retrieve the spike? 10 seconds remaining. Answer is no. ANQ's readjustment was just on point. And that's another round for Reckoning. Yes, it was an expensive one. Not too much, I believe, because ANQ was there to shut everything down.
yeah, it all went down to Reckoning Esports losing on to three of their players, and that's where the economical damage might just be there. But again, four consecutive victories in favor of Reckoning Esports. That's a lot of money. RTN Esports, again, a second full buy for them. They need to be really careful with this one, because to what we've been witnessing in the previous four round, it has been same, right? The Viper towards the A, two trying to push B, two trying to take the C control. That has been the same, and for that, Toretto has been punished twice. So he needs to be very careful. But now they again know the pixels are visible. They know where Toretto is present, right outside the A site itself. But what's the plan of execution? Because look at the spike. They don't have the spike yet. They did try to make a lot of noise around the map, but the picture is
True.
yet blurry.
Indeed is, but this contact could be everything. And that fans are just spilling it out. Cali taken care of. Fans are again trading his own teammate. ANQ in the meantime with the showstopper was able to get one as well. It's going to be them still trying to control the space. They have retrieved the spike. The question is, where in the setup would they want to go ahead and find something? Slowly creeping up towards the A. Viper wall has been put up. Both the Viper walls have been put up. So yeah, the scaling will be done.
Enemy remaining.
That's going to be the rotation. Oh my goodness. A and Q just brilliant with those utils.
One more full buy for the side of RTN Esports tend to go into vain, as they did not find anything. It was a 2v3. If in case they would have made their way towards the C side, maybe both of them together, try to take down the Viper, get the plant done, maybe play post plant. You never know, right? Things might work in that way. They did make a rotation towards the A side where the door was already broken. There was one player towards B, one towards the A, and the entire execution just made them face a backlash out there. 5-0 is what the scoreline is. RTN Esports, this timeout was much needed. Toretto will be going in for a timeout though, and that was a much needed timeout. They need to discuss on what is exactly going wrong, because the way things are working for now is definitely not a good sign. We've been talking a lot about the map of Lotus, Scared, and right, it's an attacking favored map. The attacking side does have an advantage as compared to the defender side, because it's three
True.
different sides and a huge map that we're talking about.
Exactly, and the rotation can also be, made very quickly. In terms of the side controls, it's easy for the attackers to scale up and try to fight for that space. So honestly, RTN should be having pretty easy time on taking control of that space whatsoever. That's not being allowed. Reckoning, they've just been so very proactive into taking control of these sites. And again, this time around, the fight will probably break out at rubble as again they all move forward. Rotation coming in from Rain has been caught up. That's going to be... Rain will try and play it slow. Wall was put up as well. So you know that there's going to be no casualties. But Reckoning just respecting the gunfire. And that's Excali winning out on his trade, taking so much space and control. As it's down to a 3v5, it's going to be even more difficult for RTN to do anything, because looking at the space they've taken, Reckoning are just not letting go of RTN easily whatsoever. And again, they've got to push through this wall. If they tap onto this orb, they'll be just sprayed down through that angle. Harsh is holding in towards the door. Everyone's been coming in for the rotation, and just Scally holding out the seaside. Noise being made, that's going to be the flash used up. And the information, still respecting it.
Remaining.
That was a weird glitch to watch out for, but either way, Toretto has been taken care of. That's going to be just Fat Track. Walking into the crosshair of Caramel will be taken down. It actually seemed like, Sky actually threw out the gun as a flash. That was a fun glitch.
I mean, it kind of. I don't know. I don't know if it is too early of me saying this, but a 6-0 scoreline is what we are talking about right now. Is it just a deja vu moment from the first match itself, or am I too early in saying this? I'm not really sure, but let's just see on what might be the case. 6-0 for now. They do have the Astra R to invest onto Rumble Control. The gate pane will be shutting down ANQ, but the trades are perfect coming up from Harsh, and so is the case with Panzer as he shuts down Harsh as well. A 3 versus 3. Reckoning Esports, they have the Viper's Pit. But as I talk about Viper, the Viper from the sides of RTN gets denied onto the Retro, gets taken down. So is the case with Panther, Excali demanding the C control. Will get things worsened for the sides of RTN Esports. Patrat is the last one to survive a 1 versus 2, ladies and gentlemen, to clutch it for his team, retrieve the spike, get it to the site, plant it, and work on post plant. It's going to be so much that he has to do single-handedly, trying his level best maybe to deny, but look at Excali. He knows what's happening around. Not really sure. Okay, that's an operate. All right.
Excali is basically just trying to grab his attention. That's all. That's all I think. Duel will be isolated. Excali will find the contact. He will win that trade out, and that's Excali getting another round for his team. 7-0. Are we going to see the exact same thing that happened in the previous game? Because it honestly seems that way. As Reckoning have been having the perfect read on RTN. They've been activating another timeout, this time from Rennie. But again, when we are looking at the way the things have been going, Reckoning have been taking the space. Once the contact has been made on the one side of the map, they try and take the space on towards the other side. So this can be used by RTN for their advantage. They can send one person to kind of make some noise, maybe towards A, and then post up a couple of members in a crossfire setup just to catch Excali. He's been pushing up, he's been scaling on towards the mount time and time again. And this could be the best way RTN can try and win some of those early fights, get the advantage, and get some rotations towards the other part, because they have bunch of utilities to work around with. They've got a double controller, so they can try and go in for a few preemptive smokes as well. They've still got to make a few things out, right? They've got an Omen, a Viper, and they've got all 5 ultimates on board. So the ult economy is also pretty solid. If in case they do not get this round, then I don't know which round would they be able to get, since things are already seeming so very difficult for them. Even the finances have been broken up. 3 Guardians being brought in.
Yeah, that's gonna be true.
That is just heartbreaking to watch, yeah.
That's going to be true. Boya on the other side does have an operator again. So going towards the C side, it's going to be so vulnerable. This peak might be everything, but okay, no connections whatsoever. Boya finally needs to go behind and respect that space. It's yet doable, as you discussed, right? RTN does have a lot of utilities to work around with, and the cherry on the cake is the rolling thunder itself, because that can be of a huge problem to the sides of Reckoning Esports. The KJ lockdown is already invested onto, but Pain has definitely a lot of pain for himself. Showstopper goes into Wayne, a lot of bodies falling down here, and there are 3 versus 2, ladies and gentlemen. RTN, they still do not have the complete side under their control, because Boya, no connections, can now accelerate. Oh, that was just a fake though. Going in for the plant as well, but Boya denying him everything. Gets taken down from Panzer, a 1 versus 2. Might just be doable, but his location is compromised. Does not have the spike control. Need to go into those duels. Could not make it out of that situation. Gets taken down. And that's going to be 1 more for the sides of Reckoning.
Just say 13-0 already, and maybe we'd see RTN taking a few rounds from Reckoning. I want to see that happen. But at this point,
Okay.
Come on, say it already.
All right. Either ways, Reckoning Esports does have a great lead to be maintained. 8-0 is what the scoreline is. RTN Esports right now. There are chances of comebacks. Okay, I'll be really honest. This is a map of Lotus, and anything and everything can happen. Chances are real high. But if they seem to be falling down in this specific way and giving away all the control to the sides of Reckoning Esports, it's going to be really difficult. Look at Boya. Not just the initial, but he'll be following up the second one as well. Excali shuts down 1 more player and 2 remaining players.
One enemy remaining.
The flash. He definitely used it in the perfect way.
Again. Exactly, falling down like Skittles time and time again. Reckoning just taking control. And they're literally winning out on sheer gun power in those previous few fights, because you can clearly look at the way they're just moving around the map without any kind of worry, and they're not being scared at all. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
They know that they can take those gunfights. They know they can win those gunfights, and I'm not even seeing a lot of utility being used apart from a few sky flashes. That's all. So you already know it's just a few dry peaks coming onto a few of those angles. As of now, Boya again moving forward, creeping ahead. Little does he know, he'll be welcomed by 4 different people. Finally. Good setup coming in from RTN. Gets the punish onto Boya. Just try peeking onto that area. It's moving forward, creeping ahead. That's going to be some contact being made yet again. Gets the punish onto A and Q. But they also have to expect a few more people, as Harsh is scaling up way too hard. Get the flash onto the people. Gets 1 more before falling and making it an equalizer for his team. 2-2. Viper Astra up against Viper and a Raze. Spike yet to be planted. Some space being taken towards the A. And Toretto taking contact as well.
Every single time it all goes down to an equalizer scare, the hopes are really high for the sides of RTN to at least get 1 single round out there. But the execution, once again, they are opening the door of opportunities, trying to make their way towards the A side.
30 seconds.
Finally, the Vipers do come into the play. More or less, Reckoning Esports even has a Viper to walk around with, but Excali, you'll be punishing Pain in the pit itself, and Toretto will finally shut down Caramel. After 9 consecutive rounds for the sides of Reckoning Esports, it finally is RTN, ladies and gentlemen, to get their very first round. You have to give it to Toretto. because the Viper's pit was everything coming up from both of these ends, not just one single, but both of the Vipers tend to go in and invest onto the Viper's pit. But at the end, it was RTN Esports and Toretto getting the very first round 9-1. Even if they ended on a 9-3 and try their level best going down to the second half, they still can take it to a close counter, you know.
Placing alarm bot.
That is true. And finally, a few util dumps being used up, utilizing the double smokes that they have. Get the Omen smoke on that choke point so that the operator will be posted back, forced back, and then slowly creep up towards Rubble to try and get a few more picks here and there. And as of now, talking about picks, Panzer posted up close. Maybe wants to try and take a few fights. So going for the isolation as A and Q will be taking the contact, moving backwards. Excali in the meantime still holding the angle. Will now slowly creep up ahead. Spike has been retrieved. Few shots being fired, but that's about it. As the smokes will go up, and also they will be moving back towards the rotation being called in towards the A site as well. Even the lockdown invested by Voya. It's got the operator in hand. Healing's gonna come in through. But the question is, who's gonna find the contact? And love the adjustment that's coming in, but some questions, and that's going to be the shutdown, and I don't think so they'll be able to get this down as the showstopper right onto their pace. Voya was able to get the pick as well. A and Q just shut down everyone onto that one choke point, and flawless round coming in from Reckoning. And there was just, I don't know, there were just questions coming in from them. Maybe if they should go towards B or they should fall back. They could have used a few utilities and then moved forward. Maybe a breach flash. They were kind of confused in that engage.
Seems so. After getting one single round, RTN Esports, once again, the execution did not work in their favor. And Reckoning Esports answered back with a flawless, ladies and gentlemen. That's a big, bold answer. Once again, economically not that great of a round for the side of RTN Esports. KJ versus KJ. It's going to be Voya on the top. There was an operator versus Sheriff as well. Voya doubles it up. Have you seen a KJ with an operator? Denying so many players out there. Flashes are perfect. Once again, another flash. And that's going to be a perfect frag. Harsh shuts down XLR8 as well. Two remaining players. That's going to be the Viper and the Raze. Pain, not really sure what the plan is. Toretto is trying to make his way maybe towards the A site yet again. But look where he is. Look up on his positioning. Can actually catch one player off guard out there. If he is stubborn and is able to hit a precise shot, but that's going to be Voya who reads him perfectly. Now they know where the players are. They're trying to go in for an A execution. Excali. Few pixels to rely on to. Excali doubles it up and gets the 11th one on board. Reckoning Esports, they don't want to stop, ladies and gentlemen. They just want to end it as soon as possible.
That is true. Even the pop flash plays were just beautiful, and this time around RTN tried to go in for a B hit and did not even work out for them. They've been losing on all those duels at every single place, so it kind of gets even more difficult for their side again. They need to win this pistol out no matter what. If in case they lose this one, that's basically things being done and dusted, because they'd be moving on to the next one without any kind of advantage whatsoever. So they need to have at least a gun advantage in their favor.
Yeah.
And winning in this pistol is something that they desperately need at this point.
That's going to be so true. The pistol round decides the fate of RTN Esports and also Reckoning, ladies and gentlemen, because this might just be the match point for them. Patrat is ready with the stand, with the flashes. As soon as they try to push in and enter the seaside, it can be difficult, but Patrat, okay, now they know that they are outside the seaside themselves, need to go behind. Smokes being placed perfectly. There are a few players towards the B as well, but for now, okay. Rotation is being called off towards the B side. Completely open for business. There's one player, Caravan, who's holding an angle perfectly. And now it's going to be difficult, but Toretto! No way, he doubles it up just with a classic and a right click for himself. But Excali finds one. Toretto is done for. Site open for business. Voya doubles it up, gets back the numbers for his team until and unless Panzer comes
Right
into the
there.
picture and gets it back to an equalizer, a 2 versus 2 RTN Esports. They need this round. They are
One
desperate
enemy
for it
remaining.
right now. This decides their fate. But at all, the answer is going to be the match point for the sides of Reckoning Esports, 12-1.
That was just a crazy right click coming in for him. Gets the double, and at that moment, I thought that it might be around for RTN, but
Yeah.
Reckoning Esports, you can never rule them out, especially Voya.
Yep.
It was just perfect. Gets a crucial trade for his own team, and then just kept on moving forward, made sure that he is not over pushing, held his ground, and was able to get a few more frags for himself and set his team up in such a way that it was going to be them winning out on all of those important duels. And those duels are the things that we always talk about, especially in the gun round when there are just a few of those utilities, but majority of just how solid your aim is, just how perfect your crosshair is. It all came down to that and Reckoning. Just having the advantage. All that they need is just one more round because this timeout
Yeah.
is probably the last tool that RTN could use in order to stop Reckoning in their momentum and in their pursuit of victory.
12-1. RTN Esports. What more can they do is the question, right? I mean, now if they want to really win it, they need 11 rounds from here on to take it to an overtime. 2 more rounds to win it against the sides of Reckoning Esports. I mean, the way the past records has been for the sides of Reckoning, it's going to be so difficult. It's just next to impossible right now. Things seems to be not working in the favors of RTN. But Patrat, how good of a neighbor will he be is the question, because Hush will definitely give away all the information. Excali shuts down Pain as well. They know where Patrat is. ANQ does not entertain any neighbors out there. 3 remaining players, RTN Esports does not have the numbers for themselves. This might be scared because it seems so. Toretto goes down, 2 remaining players, the Omen and the KJ, the spike gets planted. Look at Boya and his positioning. A 1 versus 5 or nothing.
Marshall clutch. All right. Let's see how much can he do. Has to get a shot in, and that's about it.
Attackers
Harsh
win.
will also put the bullet right onto him, and that is going to be Reckoning winning things out. And honestly, I would say that it was for them, it was a pretty smooth steamroll coming in. They had
Yeah.
no major problems whatsoever in dealing with any kind of attacking plays that RTN were bringing. The defensive setup looked solid. The way that they were scaling up towards the other parts of the map, trying to take some proactive space, and then with just the process of cancellation realize where the hit is going to be and where majority of the members of RTN were, they were easily able to cycle their utilities and also win in those fights. And since we're already talking about the utilities, you already know that the Cosmic Divide was literally used on the last round of the first half. They did not even
Yeah.
felt the need of using it through the entirety of the first half. So it was something just them relying on purely aim, and winning all those duels is something they were easily able to achieve. Nonetheless, a decent fight being put up by RTN, but there are a lot of things that they need to focus on and they need to brush up.
Yeah, that's going to be so true. I mean, even if I talk about initial few rounds that went up in this match itself, RTN was maybe going in for the same execution, right? Toretto has had
True.
his ball towards the A side. He was trying to maybe get a frag or make some noise towards the A side. 2 players were outside B, 2 players outside C. They were trying to take. Maybe they were divided into 3 different sides, trying to take the control. Toretto was the first player to get taken down. Now, your controller is the
True.
very first one to go down. That makes the situation more vulnerable, right? Because at the end of the day, even if you are relying on to those double controller setup, it's not going to work in your favor. Toretto has been denied in the initial stages for maybe twice or thrice. But yeah, that's how it all went. But let's just quickly have a look on the highlights as well to see on how it all went. See, this is the round I was talking about. Toretto was right outside the A side. He got punished out there coming up from Boya. The pistol round went running in the favors of team Reckoning Esports. It went down to the second round, and it was the same ball, same positioning coming up for Toretto again. and it just did not work in his favor. I mean, yeah, there wasn't a lot to expect coming up from the sides of RTN Esports, as they did not have a good economy. But at the end of the day, Reckoning Esports were just getting rounds after rounds. They did deny a full buy round as well for the sides of RTN Esports.
And it just felt like they had an idea. Just as I mentioned, they had checked every
Yeah,
corners in those fights. They were not missing anything. And they realized what's happening. And that is on the back of the fact that your teammates on the other part of the map were doing their things. So you already have the information about that. And all you needed to worry about what's in your front. I really loved the few setups that came in from RTN,
yeah.
wherein they were trying to slowly work around the map, but they just could not find those wins in those sheer gunfights. And it just felt that Reckoning again. Their aim was just a little more better. Payne as well. He brought out the showstopper, but was shut down right away by Caramel because they did not anticipate him pushing up so up front. And these are the kind of plays that we've seen Reckoning make. RTN were just not ready, and doing the homework is super important. So I really feel like that playing in this match, they might have realized their mistake and they would be able to learn from it and also improve as a team because their coordination, yes, it still needs a few brushing up, but one round which they were able to get, especially this one, which Toretto brought out from the brink of defeat, was
Yeah.
also pretty solid on the back of his own Viper spit.
Yeah, that's going to be true. Both of the Vipers did went in and invest out of the Vipers pit for themselves, but for the sides of Reckoning, it all went down to 1v1, right? And so was the case for RT and Esports. But Toretto tend to double it up and get a hope, I would say, for the team at least ending the first half with a 9-3 scoreline. Even we talked about it, right? Even if they ended on a 9-3, you never know if the curse really works for real. I mean, rather than a caster curse, there's one more curse that works around in Valorant, though. So yeah, you never know if the curse really works around because the previous day, honestly, there has been a lot of caster curse working for real. But either ways, Reckoning Esports at the end of the day gets a 13-1 victory. RTN Esports, sadly, but we will be saying them a goodbye with Excali on 18 kills for himself. Two first bloods on Excali. Voya with 4. Come on. I've seen enough
Why?
of KJ plays today. No, not even why. Okay. KJ with an operator, uh, taking multiple frags. KJ having 4 first bloods. I mean, all right. Harsh, they would have let Harsh have maybe 1 frag for himself. So it would have been every single player with 1 first bloods for themselves. But either ways, Reckoning Esports once again, as we said, today's day is again going to be of the discussion of those teams who are on the top in India right now. I mean, I can mention it in that way right now because
True.
True Rippers, Reckoning, we have a match of medal right now, so you never know if the top teams are holding back their position and still sitting at the top.
I mean, there's a reason why they're on top, right? And
Yeah,
this is the reason why, because we've been seeing in all of those previous matches, even yesterday and today, we've been seeing some great stomping coming in from the sides of experienced teams. Now, I really want to see some underdog teams stepping up. And
yeah.
also in the next match, we would have to wait and see as maybe heading into a short break, guys. Make sure to stay tuned and hit that like button. Maybe I'll go and change my dress too.
Whoa, whoa, they ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I stress overcome, what for? Train on the trees, please pardon my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands and stormy shores, sweating tears and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. And today, we break through. Drop, stop clocks on the speed bag. Every yell under pressure, no jet lag. This is greater than trophies and so low, so near. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. And today, we break through. And today, we break through.
house. Mom told me that you pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. If they on their ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I rap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling, I speed out, I hit me a tail. I give it a thrill, I put it on real. This for sure, get a plot, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it. rocking it, baby, just stay in a town. I'm on the edge, I ain't coming down. I get too high, I'm afraid of the ground. I'm young and I'm paid to play with these sounds. Ignoring the call, she shutting that gown. Started at the top and I'm taking it down off the champagne. Took a break from the brown on a rampage. I've been giving it brown. Shawty been solid some time now. I'm a line for the wine, dine, and I'm with it. Look where we started and look where we at. I can see where we headed, but I can't see me finish. 3 years ago, I was down on my last. Was stuck at the crib, I couldn't get out of my bed. Then I realized it's all in my head. And I can't go back to the past, yeah. Except now I'm moving, put all in the music for more like a movement is brewing. I cannot picture us losing. I'm sharp when I shoot it, the world is my tutor. She wanna lay block in public, but know that I'm published, we settle for safety. Not in the street, but I'm on the same muscle, that schedule been driving her crazy. They talk like they know me, but know that they bluffing unless it's somebody that pays me. Keep minding your business, the money been printing, my just gotta go get it. I'm in the zone through the winter. I'm trying to see Rome, see Venice. I'm at the summit, I'm thumbing my budget, my it's nothing, just part of my image. I need a minute. I know they live it, admit it, I'm teed up. Little baby, she a teaser. Tell her to follow the leader. I put that weight on my shoulders, so let's run up the check in my D's, yeah. Really not nobody real, it feel like the stars align and you can see, yeah. Just look at the drip, it's lit. I've been on 10, I'm active, yeah, yeah. Sliding that thing, tell them to step back, cause I'm out of their range. I'm batting again, yeah, I'm active again, yeah. It's jaded, they tangled in feelings. I'm on a wave, I know that they hate it. Raises to high, ain't nobody really. I'm gifted, won't trade it for nothing, I'm in it. I get deposits, so I keep it cautious. No cash at the crib, everything been legit. I keep it solid, I know they gon' talk when I get it. They claim they're part of this, but I'm dolo with it. I'm chasing the riches, the riders, the Hail Mary to the Benjamins. Niggas is mad, they cynical. The hate in your heart, waste your energy. They want what we on, they envy, don't pay it no mind. Too focused on enemy. My soul's too pure to have enemies, so I hope you can find you some inner peace. I need a minute. I know they live it, admit it, I'm teed up. Little baby, she a teaser. Tell her to follow the leader. I put that weight on my shoulders, so let's run up the check in my D's, yeah. Really not nobody real, it feel like the stars align and you can see, yeah. Just look at the drip, it's lit. I've been on 10, I'm active, yeah, yeah. Sliding that thing, tell them to step back, cause I'm out of their range. I'm batting again, yeah, I'm active again, yeah.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Wait a minute, work hard for the car, so that's why it's all tinted. Wait a minute, had a real late night, woke up with my head spinning out in Nashville. It's been mad real, I need sunglasses, I need Advil. I like fake boobs, and my cash real. I like first place, you're in last still. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Look, pocket rocket in my pocket, please don't make me pop it. All these boys just wanna copy the style, tell them stop it, whoa. This my destiny, feeling like Latoya, like it found me my Beyonce, and she shotgun in the cockpit. Grinding with the team, making C notes. In my pocket still full of green, call it CeeLo. Alligator watch on me, Tim Tebow. And these haters love to watch me like Tebow. Look, I don't take L's, I just learn a lesson. Before I count the M's, always count my blessings. Look, I'm too sure, never second guessing. Got some money, put up for the rain, so I'm never stressing.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger.
Welcome back, everyone. After watching a 13-0 and a 13-1, my mic needed a reset, so it was just restarting for a while. But seriously, we're back again with the stream. You all are watching Lenovo Presents the Arena Championship, presented by Comic Con India and Esports Club, powered by AMD. And I honestly feel that all the underdog teams need to be powered up at this point because, again, it's going to be Black Flag up against Middle. So you know that it's going to be a super intense matchup. I just really want to look forward to it.
Yeah, that's going to be so true. We are going to have an amazing match right away. Scared.
True.
Well, I do have a question for you though. I mean, we had so much so much discussion on mic right now, and you tend to forget to unmute your mic. I mean, come on. That's something I did not expect. All right, because the amount of discussion, ladies and gentlemen, we had before coming on desk itself was a lot. But right now, we'll be moving forward with the discussions straight away on the teams as well, because we have the map of Haven. Okay, we have Medal Esports and we don't have Haven. That's impossible. Medal Esports and Haven is a kind of a love story right now.
Especially with the middle team, because we even saw them yesterday playing on this specific map. And
Yeah.
it was just a sheer domination. It was a sheer domination. So maybe we're gonna have the exact same thing again today, unless Black Flag have something planned up, something in their arsenal to probably surprise Middle. But it seems super difficult directly because we have seen how strong Middle have been and how good their understanding is of this specific map. And I just want to move on to the agent select as well, because maybe we're gonna see the exact same agents that were picked by Middle yesterday. Maybe we are going to see so.
Oh, come on. You really want to see an
Please.
Iso coming up in the map of Haven? I'm not really sure if that is going to be the case, because double initiator, that's going to be for sure with Sova and a breach. Ronnie going in for a KJ. I mean, okay, maybe. Paradox with a Cypher, that's quite anticipated. Easy will be sticking back with an Astra. Now, whenever we go down to the map of Haven and for the sides of Medal Esports, this composition works magic for them. You know, Paradox every single time, the lurks, the backstabs, the setup, everything is perfect. Going down to the duelist one tap god, he seems to be aggressive, but again, capitalizing on that aggressiveness. So, again, if I talk about Wimp, Blackhawk, and Easy every single time, they tend to work around their utils. It's perfect. So I don't think there's any kind of change needed in the sides of Medal Esports, especially for the map of Haven, understanding the fact that this is their strongest map. But again, I'm quite excited to see what Black Flag has to offer us today in this match going up against Medal Esports.
That is true. They're going in for pretty decent approach as well, bringing in the Killjoy. Now we already know, yes, Cypher is like kind of the unbreakable unit in those Sentinel departments. Killjoy has been there for a long time, and the lockdown provides a lot of value. So sticking in with the basics, also bringing in the Omen, so you know those universal smokes can be put up anywhere on the map. You'll be having a little more leeway to play around, especially with the From the Shadows, using which you can try and jump onto some unanticipated angles. Now we've seen some crazy Omen plays. And since I already mentioned about that, I do remember the one that we saw yesterday on to hit the map of Haven. That was the backhead breaking play. That I haven't really seen any clip around it recently, so I don't think so anyone's actually clipped it. But I would really want to see some more clips. And now, since we're already talking about fun clips, I'm pretty sad that we haven't seen these. So, but still, Jet being picked up, simple. You can't do the double up draw, but you still have a lot of value that you can use with the Jet in the composition, and one tap god has been just super amazing onto that one. They'll be on the defense yet again. Now I'm expecting Black Flag to bring a few of the new strategies out on board that they might have tested with their composition. But in order to find that, we just have to wait for a few more seconds.
Yep, this is going to be Medal Esports up against the sides of Black Flag, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this one more time and maybe again in the last match for the day after this match. But for now, Medal Esports, it's a test again, right? Every single time I do see the sides of Medal in the map of Haven, I feel it's so difficult to take them down. The level of understanding, the map understanding that they have, the hold, everything is just so perfect. Once again, one tap God. He is going to hold back the same positioning as the previous day. A bit aggressive towards the A shot, but the A control, the B control is already there in the favors of Black Flag. Not for so long as Wimp and his Aftershock is going to do a great job out there. Black Flag, they've lost Jet. The only plan was to dash in, get the plant done, go back and play post plant, but that just did not work in their favor. The util seems to be phenomenal. The first was Aftershock and now it's going to be a shock dart.
Just can't hold the common angles whatsoever, and since you're already talking about that, Easy as well, taking a chunk of damage with the smoke. It's just been blocking every single thing, and that's going to be another shock dart, but this time the reposition is there. Now the question is, how will Black Flag go for the execute? Because again, they still seem to be persistent about the fact they're going to go in for this side execute only, and that's going to be another fault line being used up, and the trade are somehow in their favor. That's going to be Vim standing strong, that one card and gets in the round. His rate as well as his fire just went up. That was insane play to start off things in just a pistol. The moment you thought Black Flag have just got this round, Middle like, nah, Wimp is still standing strong.
Every single time, ladies and gentlemen, you have high hopes on a team winning a specific round. There are players like Wimp who tend to deny us everything, and this time he'll be going in with an investment onto Vandal. I mean, that's going to be a perfect weapon in the hands of Wimp right now. A shot is where the aggression might just go further, but one tap God once again shuts down Elmo. A shot control completely under his hands. Black Hawk finds one enemy remaining. Not that great of an weaponry coming up on the sides of Black Flag, so it's going to be a quick round for the sides of Medal Esports, a 2-0 and a flawless victory.
There's some eco frags going in their favor.
Yeah.
And eventually, yeah, just as you mentioned, some solid weaponry being brought in forward. They did not lose onto the Vandal that they had. And since it was a flawless, you already know that their economy would be pretty solid. Now Wimp quickly traded it off, pulling up a Bulldog for himself, giving it to one tap God. So you already know how much you put the trust in on your main star player. And as of now, it seems they're probably going in for some aggressive play outside the garage, and they follow it up with the one tap God. Vandal in the hand, and he gets the first pick. Quickly throws out the smoke, moves backwards, and that is just a perfect start for Middle. Can they find something more? The answer is no. As XC quickly trades it back. They've already seen where Jet is. They try to take the fight. Paradox been taken down. Rudy wins it for himself. And they've got the side control as the rotation will be coming in from Middle, but it is slow.
Whitefield did get the very first frag towards the garage for himself, but after that the aim control was completely lost. Good for one frag. That's got to be one player done for. And that's the issue of not having smokes. They did have it for a long time, but again, the positioning right on top of the hill was way too vulnerable for them to find one towards the graffiti out there. 2-0 will be turning to a 3-0. Black Flag, they had the site under their control. They did go in and plant the spike as well, but the post plant did not work in their favor. And Medal Esports will once again come up on the top. I mean, this is what I've been talking about, right? Every single time you have an hope that Black Flag will get a round. If you remember the pistol round, it went into a 1v3 for Vim, and he still came up on the top. In this round as well, the numbers did not favor the sides of Medal Esports, but somehow they managed to pull it back for themselves. 8 frags in 3 rounds. Look at Vim, and 3 assists as well to highlight onto. So that's the level of aggression. That's pure aim that I'm talking about right now. One tap God. You will see him on 2 positionings. One is going to be the A shot, or maybe an aggression towards the garage. And I feel they have read it already still.
Highly possible, but we're seeing aggressive play from Rudy, and this guy on the Jet has actually been impressing me. However, that's going to be one tap God going in for the flank. Quickly gets one, and he's going to pincer in on perfect time. Needs to check the corners, does it perfectly. It's going to be the wraparound coming in, and down to just one last member. Can try and get the plant down, so that would be one good thing for him. Tries to go in for the aftershock play, and he actually wins the trade out. Position noted though, but still 1v2, and that's about it. One tap god gets the third one. But honestly, I really love the play that came in from Black Flag whatsoever. It was the save round, and they've done some relatively phenomenal damage onto the economy. Just a couple of rifles being carried forward. Now, here's the thing. Whenever we are talking about the execute, you can clearly see how well Rudy is going in, and he is finding the opening, finding the first pick. But watching their backs is something that they need to focus on. Every single time in all of these rounds, 3 of them, there have been a situation wherein Black Flag have managed to get the execute, or at least managed to get the trades in their favor. But after that, it just seemed that their post-plant scenario still needs some brushing up. They do not anticipate when Medal would be coming in for the retake. So that's something they've got to worry about. And this time around, one tap got punished for his aggression.
That was a perfect shot. I have to give it to the player out there. The aftershock will be shutting down easy in this round. There's a lot of mistakes, but the rolling thunder from both of these ends is for sure going to make the situations vulnerable for one of the players, and that's going to be HUNC Paradox, and his setup seems to be perfect. They have all the information that they want to rely on to a 3 versus 3, which is yet doable. Rotations being called off right from the C side, maybe towards the garage as the KJ might just walk in towards the garage. No, that's going to be an A execution coming up, but again, there's one player right present towards the A site as well, so they need to be very careful. Also, Medal Esports do have the Hunter's Fury to work around with, so this might just get a bit difficult, but now Blackhawk has all the information that he needs to. They are trying to deny him, but the shock dart seems to be perfect though, and so is the case with the stuns. Scared.
Spike planted.
True. Our drone revealing everything and all the positions. Couple of them towards Sivers, one behind the triple boxes. Retake's gonna come in perfectly. Shock dart to deny some space, and the shot is just perfect from Elmo. Blackhawk taken care of. Paradox moving forward. Wims gets the first one. Can they try and figure out where the rest of the members are, as the reposition was there?
Last player standing.
That's gonna be the peak coming in at the perfect time by Ronnie. Gets it into a 1v2. Wims still standing strong. No way. He's actually going to get this win, and he still wins the trade. What is this guy on at this point? Has he had some radiant for the breakfast?
Oh, maybe. You never know, ladies and gentlemen. That's Wimp again clutching it out for the sides of Medal Esports when it was needed the most. High hopes from the sides of Black Flag getting this round for themselves, but Wimp, should I already call him a clutch machine? I mean, in the first round as well, a 1v3 in this round, a 4K. Wimp has been phenomenal. I was talking about him like what when we were done with 3 rounds itself, he had 8 frags onto his name. Right now I'm kind of very interested to see on how many total frags does he has for himself, because it's just been 5 rounds. And finally, Black Flag, they do understand how important it is. They know that they are making small mistakes here and there, which they need to capitalize onto, and the only way they can do it is by activating a timeout for themselves. They need to calm themselves down, maybe rethink on what can be done, and execute. A fast execution, Scared, do you think that might just help the sides of Black Flag?
Honestly, it could, but the main thing that they have to work on is their post-plant scenario, because they are giving some isolated duels to Wimp, and that is one of the reasons why he's been winning those clutch moments. Because in terms of the 5-0 score that we are seeing, this should not have been like that. I mean, if anything, Black Flag should have been 2. So the score should have looked more like 3-2. So it's the post-plant that I think that needs some brushing up, and honestly, they just need to calm their nerves down, because they're playing really well against Medal.
Yeah. They are trying their level best to at least get the very first frag, but once again, a lot of information to work around with. They know this might just be a C and a garage execution coming up in this specific round. Rudy, is he ready to dash in is the question, because the setup from Paradox is something that might just be of a problem. And it definitely is going to be. Easy shuts down Elmo with the help of Paradox on the other side. Paradox finds one. towards the garage itself. Easy gets taken down. A 3 versus 2, which is yet to be able. Black Flag do have the KJ lockdown to work around with, but what they don't have is going to be the spike control itself. Ronnie did try to make his way towards the CT and find the last surviving player, but could not capitalize onto it. Wimp once again, one more frag onto his name, and that's going to be Medal Esports, ladies and gentlemen, with one more round. 6-0. Wimp has been phenomenal. 13 frags with just one single death. That's definitely a dream for players like us. I mean, the scoreline is a dream for players like us, at least in our ranked matches.
That is true. I mean, you seriously can't count yourself in that. You're almost hitting ascendant, so you know how the game works.
Get out of my way.
All right. We're not gonna talk about that though. But seriously, after the timeout, it just seemed like it was a buff for middle because they were easily able to shut down that entire choke point. However, Blade Storm in the hand. Look at the amount of space that Rudy is taking. He's been shut down for his aggression, and that's aftershock just to deny them everything along with the neural theft. Black Flag. This execute is done for. And they don't even have the spike control. It's gonna be another spray down coming in, and that's about it. Probably. Yep. Just gonna chase them down, finish them off one after the other. Eco frags coming in, lost one weaponry, but that is all that they've lost. 7-0, already having the lead in this defensive half. The amount of space Rudy was able to take, but it's just that he is way too fast, and the teammates are not being able to give him a proper follow-up.
Yeah.
And that is one of the main reason why middle is winning on that defense. Because yes, alright, Rudy, he can try and take that space, he can try and turn towards the right, maybe take the control of that cubby. But the fact that the players on site are still having their aim at the choke point, they still have the utility at the choke point is the main problem. So Rudy does not need to go in and take the control towards the connector. He needs to probably try and go towards the backside and threaten a pincer directly from the main choke point and from him. That would probably lead middle to be, I mean, in a comfort or maybe an uncomfortable situation, and that is the way they can try and find a few more openings.
Yeah. If I talk about this round, honestly, Black Flag, they are taking their own sweet time. They are waiting patiently. 60 seconds is what all they have for now. But the same garage execution this time, it works wonders. As Ruby will finally find one onto Easy, the close-quarter fight. Paradox would not win it, but they still have Wimp alive. Comes out of smoke, finds one, goes back to his own teammates. The flashes are perfect, but still it's going to be the aftershock. Shutting down one tap god. This might just be the first frag, but Blackhawk, what are you up to, my friend? Every single time he goes in for a shock dart, there's going to be one frag that he has onto his name, but this time his location is compromised onto, and Medal Esports getting this round is next to impossible. A 1 versus 3, a lot to ask from Blackhawk. Either way, the first round rolls in for the sides of Black Flag. And as I said, this time I did see a lot of adjustments coming up from the sides of Black Flag. In the initial stages itself, they did not force in fights. They waited, they took their sweet good time to maybe hit on that execution, and that worked wonders for them. The frags were perfect, and it finally is the very first one for them. Also, to highlight it, they do have the KJ lockdown, the Omen Art, and the Hunter's Fury to work around with.
True. So they can try and utilize them in the next few rounds, try and make a play on the back of them, but do they anticipate the AWP coming in from one tap god again? That is the question. If they're going for a few more dry peaks, they'd just be welcome with a few headshots here and there. Now, let's see if one tap god can provide the opening to his team. Because as of now, Black Flag don't seem to be interested in working towards A at all. They're just ready and in a setup in which they can try and punish any player coming in for that aggression. However, Paradox getting the first contact. Bullets exchanged here and there, but a few warning shots. That's all. The stack is towards the CN garage, so that execute is just going to be a little more tricky. And since also they've made a ton of noise towards that side, maybe going in towards A is going to be a good decision. But what? Rudy, that was just a brilliant movement.
Oh my god, one tap god. He had so many players right in front of his screen, could not even hit one of them. And that's going to be a big problem for the sides of Medal Esports. They've lost their duelist and it all goes down to 4 remaining players. The site is completely under the control. Yes, Rudy is confident and has been able to hit perfect shots out there. A 3K. Well, Rudy, ladies and gentlemen, Paradox gets taken down. That's a 4K. Rudy! But Blackhawk converts a 3K, denies the ace for the Jet. A 1 versus 2 once again. Blackhawk, will he be able to do that? Every single time he has pulled off a util, he is being able to capitalize. But look at the positioning from both of these players. They are completely playing off the side. They are holding the long and are waiting. Someone is actually anticipating a backstab though. They're careful about everything. Blackhawk will be sticking in. The half diffusal is done for. They are tracing him down. The Hunter's Fury will give him a lot of damage. Once again trying to tap him. Will he be able to find one is the question. No! Is the answer. Blackhawk with a 4K. The hopes of an ace and the 8th one for the sides of Medal Esports gets denied from the last player, Black Flag. Finally, the second one for them.
Perfect peak coming in from ZC as well as the Sova. Hunter's Fury, yes, it was a second late, but I still feel the timing was really on point because
Yeah.
yeah, you would not even realize that Blackhawk was actually sticking it. Now I'm gonna have this tongue twister right on my face, but they would not have an idea if he's actually sticking it or that tap was only a fake to probably bait out the Hunter's Fury. Now pros don't fake, so he was actually sticking it. So getting the in-mind clock to utmost perfection and then getting him down, getting at least one tag on him was really good job. Oh my goodness. Rudy? He's at something, my god. He's at something in that break. He's just playing next level as of now. Position anticipated. Tries to go in for a play. Straight down, not that pretty. Will survive. Only for so long. Lucky not on that trade. Did not realize that the location was not in his favor. Spike is down to a 3v3 situation and he's just ready with the Rolling Thunder. Wanna hear the tap on the Spike. Here we go. Rolling Thunder being put up, but do they anticipate one in that close corner? No, they do not. Second one is good, but still ZY brings it down to a 1v2 and in terms of health, he's got such a massive advantage.
Yeah, he definitely has a lot of advantage, but look at Wimp. He's the smarter one out there. He's already anticipated a rotation coming up from the sides of Black Flag and them making their way towards the A site itself. Oh no, that's gonna be so vulnerable. Wimp.
30 seconds
He's down to 25 of his health and he's just waiting for his opponent to go in for a plant. That's the exact moment he'll peek out. Wimp. The years of experience that this man has is definitely working magic out there. I'm not just going to give it to the experience, though. I mean, the rotation was quite anticipated at that point of time. Everyone knew that the Omen might just make his way towards the A side to get the spike planted. If in case it would have been a one-on-one duel without rotation or maybe without Omen planting the spike, I feel it would have been Black Flag with the third one, understanding the fact that Medal Esports and Wimp was down 23 of his health, but at all the rotation came in and it just did not work in their favor. 8-2. 2 more remaining rounds. Black Flag, what are they going to do is the question. Even if I talk about the sides of Black Flag right now, all they can invest onto is going to be Sheriffs and a classic full shield. Okay, they can go and invest onto Sheriffs for themselves. They'll be saving for the last round. But on the other side, Medal Esports, even they do not have a full buy. They'll be going in with half shields and Vandals.
Exactly. The reason for that is because of the fact Black Flag have been bringing all these rounds so very close. They're not letting Medal have a decent economy or they're not letting them snowball whatsoever because even you can relate to the fact that 3 of those rounds could have been Black Flag's round and the scoreline would have been looking super different. We should have been at a 5-5 situation. But it's just Wimp popping off in every other round. And it's the experience that's speaking for itself. Wimp is having just a great day and a great game. We'll be heading into... we are heading back as well. I also have to say maybe we are heading into a technical timeout, but no, we are not. We'll be moving into the next round and seems that Black Flag this time around want to make a rotation towards the B. I've got the Sheriffs in hand, so everyone just sticking together.
Yep, that's going to be true. I mean, Medal Esports again, they do have a great advantage. Honestly, 6 rounds up in the defensive half itself. That's huge, right? 6 rounds. I mean, that's a lot. But okay, for now,
True.
Medal Esports.
Well. It seems
We
that we
might just have
actually
a
will be heading into a technical timeout.
yeah. I mean, you asked for it, didn't you?
I didn't ask for it, but yeah, I thought that maybe we'll be heading into one. Come on, sometimes I
that,
can
that
also
that's
prophesize a few things.
the that's the only reason, scared you to not overthink so much that we actually go and head to or pause. But yeah, either way, we are just joking around, ladies and gentlemen. We will be having a round rollback and we will be back in the match
True.
again. But honestly, if I talk about the sides of Medal Esports right now, yes, they are doing a great job. I mean, Heaven is their map, right? It's as
Mhm.
I said, it's a love story, and no one can take away Medal and the map of Haven. That's a different kind of bond that they have all together. But again, yeah, they seem to be really good in few rounds. If I talk about the sides of Black Flag as well, they did tend to
Mhm.
impress us all with some amazing plays. But at the end of the day, as you said, the post plant is not working for them. The rotations sometimes are catching players off guard, and that's how things are falling apart for them. But still, they do have a chance, right? Even if they end
True.
it on an 8-4 and maybe try to set their defense in such a way that it gets difficult for the sides of Medal Esports to even enter the site and get the spike planted,
Mhm.
things might be different.
It could definitely be different because we are seeing the potential in those gunfights. And yes, just as you
Yeah,
mentioned, post plant is something that they need a few more brush ups towards. And I really like the way that they were trying to go in for those executes and they were trying to pull in a few fakes here and there. But it's
yeah,
just that the adjustment is also on point, and that is one of the reasons why I still feel the scoreline should be much more equalized rather than being an 8-3 in favor of Medal because it definitely not comfortable for them whatsoever, and the economy says it all. Wherein three half
yeah.
shields coming in from the side of Medal, you already know that they are struggling a lot, and this is the best part about Black Flag's play because no matter if they're losing those rounds, three of them were the ones where Wimp was the player who actually got the clutch in on time. So you already know that just one bullet to the head and the round could fall to anyone's side, and it can be in anyone's plate.
Yeah,
At this point, I still feel Black Flag, just as you mentioned on the defense, could probably do even a better job because Medal's attack we know it's solid, but in terms of those aim fights, I think so. Rudy is he's having an advantage over one tap god, and no one can convince me otherwise at this point because that op play,
yeah,
it was really something well played from Rudy himself. I'm gonna give it. Yes, one tap god still could not decide. He was kind of confused as to whom he should place his crosshair at, but Rudy he went in for a very wide peak, stood in center, went for a dead strafe and just got the shot right onto the head. That was such a beautiful play to watch out.
that's true, right? The reaction time as well. I have to mention that the reaction time coming up from that player seems to be so perfect. I mean, even if you try to
True.
just take him down or even make a sound of one single bullet around him, he'll just tend to turn around and find where you are. That's a great reaction time, and it's really needed going up against a team like Medal. Yeah, it's going to be
True.
very, very difficult because the previous day they were phenomenal.
Mhm.
A 13-1 victory to end the previous day itself. That's what we witnessed, and I
Hmm.
still feel like I jinxed it for them, the previous day by saying this might be a 13-0, and the next round itself it was their opponents winning it. Yeah, and so for Paradox, I'm in his ace, though I kind of feel sad, but it's completely all right. At the end of the day, they needed to qualify for the next stages, right? And that's where they are right now.
Well, round of 16, but again, they're looking for the playoffs. They're looking for
Yeah,
a chance to be at the LAN. Honestly, everyone, you can just try and grab your tickets as soon as possible because no one wants to miss a Comic Con. That too in Bangalore. I mean, it's basically the esports hub at this point, and that's something I'm going to say
yeah.
out loud. Bangalore is literally the esports hub of India, and you're having a Comic Con there, and also a Valorant LAN event. I mean, what's more you could ask for? Maybe cosplays? Wait a minute. I think so. We also have that. Maybe a few mangas to check out for. You can check out on all of the different stores out there. I mean, I'm still a fan of One Piece. I really want a few mangas. Why don't you give me some?
Only if you promise me that you will hit Ascendant this act.
You're asking a silver player to hit Ascendant. Well, all right. I'm gonna do it. I've already watched a ton of VCT videos. I know what you need to do. I need to practice on my aim. I'll do it. All right, deal.
Alright, so yeah, practicing is going to be so important, right? Learning the strategies, maybe understanding what your opponents are trying to do, anticipating what the
True.
play might just be like, and practicing your aim. That's the most important part, ladies and gentlemen. You can see all these new teams, right,
Exactly.
who are present right here with us, are trying their level best to take down the top teams right now. And somewhere down the line, when we say that there are impressive plays around, that means that there are so strong young guns out there who do have a great strategy. But at the end of the day, when experience clashes with a young gun, it's always the experience, that's gonna win. But again, there's a lot of
True.
learning that comes with us. So I mean, yeah, for this tournament itself, I've seen a lot of players, even for this match, as we're talking about the sides of Black Flag, they do have impressive players. But at the end of the day, the teamwork needs to be so good, so precise to take down a team like Medal, and specifically in the map of Haven, right? You know how difficult it is.
Super difficult, but still they're proving so worthy of it. As again, all the rounds going up close, personal, just Wims having the greatest game of the evening, I believe.
Yeah.
He's just not stopping, and it all started from the first pistol round itself, wherein he just popped off out of nowhere and was like, all right, I'm just gonna get a few frags for myself, I'm gonna finish all of them off, and then I'm gonna repeat. Rinse and repeat is something that he has been doing in all of those rounds. And yes, just as you mentioned about the experience, that one specific round where it was between Omen and
And
Wimp,
Wimp, yeah.
he was the one to rotate towards a first. So yes, it was basically a 50-50 decision, right? And not even a 50-50, more like 33.3% of a decision, three sides. And my math is not that great. It's going to be a Russian decimal number, non-binary something. We're going to talk about that later. I'll let you know why I was just into mathematics too much. But seriously, again, that decision was really on point, and it is only because of the experience. He knew what Omen was about to do and was just ready for that play. And again, he heard the footsteps of him coming from the Sivers, did not go and preemptively take that fight. He knew he will have an advantage when Omen will plant the spike, when there would be just no gun in his hand. So, yes, even though Wimp is having a great day, and he can probably win that one duel by getting his crosshair on the head of Omen, he waited. He also gave him the respect that no matter what, just one stray bullet here and there could also end me, and I need this round for my team. So waiting for the
Yeah.
perfect opportunity, triggering the discipline is all you need to do, and Wims showed it perfectly.
That's going to be so true. I mean, honestly, in both of these days, we have seen every possible thing, right? From an ace to a 13-0 to
True.
few clutches here and there, precise aim, different level gameplay, every single thing. There's just two things left. First is going to be the Izzo that my co-caster wants to see. Okay, he just wants to see an Izzo. No matter if you guys are winning or losing, please someone tend to show him an Izzo. And second is an overtime, because I remember I really want to see a close fight though, where we might just head towards an overtime to find out on who the winner is. But ladies and gentlemen, right now what we are going to find out is going to be the scoreline of the first half itself, because we are in the match. We do have a round rollback due to the technical issues with the players itself. So we are back to an 8-2, and Black Flag still have a chance to make it to an 8-4 scoreline.
I love the Omen smoke coming in because it denies everything to Easy and also gives them an opportunity to come out from it from different angles. That's going to be Rudy going in forward, but with the Blade Storm, he just failed to click the left mouse button, could not get any of the blades onto the head, but that's going to be one tap god. Oh my god, his position so unanticipated. Gets one, tries to take the second fight, will be shut down right away by ZC. It's going to be some dead zoning, dead strafing coming in. Not that pretty, but alright. Still 1 for 1, and ZC again for that equalizing trade. Going to be another fight being taken. Paradox, he try, couldn't go for that 1 for 1 yet again. Paranoia, but no one to capitalize on the back of it. He tried to go in for the rotation, but easy. The good backstab. That's another round for middle, but it was close yet again. And this was the eco coming in for Black Flag.
Yeah, true. They did not have the economy to buy in Vandals and Phantoms for themselves. All they had to rely on to were the Sheriffs and the Bladestorms. Though the Bladestorms did not find even one single frag. So yeah, that's where everything just fell apart. They could not retrieve the weaponaries and could not capitalize onto the round. Last round, ladies and gentlemen, before we head towards another pistol for the second half. But for now, what's the plan for the sides of Black Flag? Because for the sides of Metal Esports, we know what it is. Towards the A shot, we are going to have one tap god. We are going to have Paradox and a setup towards the C and the garage. But Paradox, oh my god. The only thing that he said after that kill was deleted. And that's definitely the case. But a flying jet falling down to the dead, maybe. No, it's not, as Rudy finds one onto Wimp. HUNC shuts down easy as well. Paradox, look at his positioning. He's yet holding Blackhawk with the Hunters. Fury shuts down Rudy, and now it seems to be so difficult. Two remaining players. One tap god gets taken down, but Paradox
enemy
side to
remaining.
side.
Spike down, C.
One last player at HUNC. What more can he do? The location is... Oh, the flash?
Oh my goodness. He thought Paradox was actually on the right side.
Yeah.
That was such unfortunate play, but still the repositioning from Paradox again. He just waited for the spike to be tapped and then took ZC. It seems that ZC every single time he's got the spike in the hand and he's going for the plant, he'll be met with someone from middle take him down, and 10-2 is where we are ending things at.
Maybe it's not his day of planting the spike. He should give it to his teammate though. That might just change it because he's been denied twice. Black Flag 10-2 is what the scoreline is. Scared, and I'm really scared again because comeback from this completely depends upon the pistol round. Rudy to start things off, shuts down, one tap god, and that's going to be one more. Finn gets taken down. Not a good sight to witness. Might be one more.
What?
Yes, the shock dart. The shock dart finds one onto Blackhawk. That's a perfect answer and a revenge for the first pistol round itself. Easy trying to go and touch down Elmo. A 1 versus 2. Once again, the Omen left all alone to clutch. Yeah, the positioning is good though, but Paradox right present out there will be switching on to a Sheriff, but look at Easy. The way he just jumps in and shuts down the Omen. It more or less seems like a statement that chill Para, I got you covered.
Every single time Black Flag get an opening, they get a little too ahead of themselves, and this is what happened even in this round. They found a crazy first pick.
They found 2.
And then in order to follow it up, yeah, they were in an advantageous situation, and then to follow it up, they just kept on jumping in the window one after the other. Rather than all of them jumping at least at the same time and watching all those angles, they gave the 1v1s, and that was the only reason why middle even had the chance of that equalizer. That's going to be again another play. One tap god this time wins it out. ZC. The paranoia did not connect and he's still jumping around. He's still hopping on. This clearly means he's trying to grab the attention because all of his team has just got control of the side that was entirely empty.
Planted.
Yeah, the spike gets planted and now it's all about the post-plant scenario. Everyone look at their positioning. It's just so difficult to break it. I mean, it's just so difficult to break through that positioning and get the side back. Rudy has been phenomenal. Okay, he has been phenomenal always with those precise aim, no matter what the weaponry he had for himself. But this time, as soon as he dashes, he had no clue that he would dash inside his own. That Elmo finds one, shuts down Paradox as well. Those Sheriffs be hitting really hard, but do they anticipate Easy out there? No! 4 frags were easy in that round, and the match point, ladies and gentlemen, for the sides of Metal Esports. I do still feel like Black Flag can get rounds here on because they have given a huge economical dent to the sides of Metal Esports. It all went down to 2 remaining players, so there are high chances that Black Flag may win their full buy round.
It is possible. Again, I'm not going to deny that fact, but they've got to do not make those small mistakes. They're winning the
Yeah,
fights that they're taking, but they're not checking all of those angles properly. Now, I'll say it out loud. They're winning all the fights they're taking, but there are some fights that they're not anticipating whatsoever, and Medal are winning those fights. And that is
yeah.
one of the reason why we are seeing a scoreline of 12 and 2. Yeah, I will say it one more time. It should not have been this way. We still should have been seeing Black Flag at least on to 6 rounds, but it's just the situation that Medal are clearly using their experience to utmost perfection.
That's going to be true. I love that sheriff skin though. But yeah, either way is match point, ladies and gentlemen, for the sides of Medal Esports, 12-2. Now, will it end with a 13-2 is question. Look at the economy. 2 Bulldogs, 1 Vandal, and 2 Phantoms for the sides of Medal Esports, and a complete full buy for the sides of Black Flag. I'm kind of interested to see on what Rudy does in this specific round, because he's been really phenomenal, repeating what One Tab God just did a while ago. And that's where One Tap God goes down. 1 player lost, the trades are perfect. TD shuts down 1 whip. Good for 1 as well. 2 remaining players, a 4v2 to capitalize on the Black Flag. This seems to be next to impossible. Paradox, what's going on? Oh well, he's just trying to see if there's anyone towards the backstab, but the answer is going to be no. Easy. Are you kidding me? Alt at this point of time? I mean, if it would have been an alt for One Tap God, I would have been like, okay. But an Astra alt at this point, okay.
One enemy.
Alright, Ronnie gets one quickly traded right away, and again, easy shuts down ZC as well. Now, again, showing the respect to the members of Black Flag, using the ult as well. Or maybe they just had an idea that they're going to win out on those trades. 2v4, it's super difficult to retake, especially whenever you're talking about the A site. And when both of the players are just flooding in through the CT, you already know that it's just going to be even more difficult for them to pull this one off. However, I would still say, regardless of the score line, the game was actually pretty good, because in every other round, we saw Medal struggling. Yeah, even though there were situations wherein they got a few of those easy frags, but they were still struggling to keep their boat afloat.
Yeah, that's gonna be so true. I have to give it to the players of Black Flag for that. I mean, yeah, impressive plays,
True.
but at the same time, when they have the numbers for themselves, I feel just being a bit passive would have, would just change things, right? I mean, for example, in the pistol round itself, when it went down to a 3 versus 5. For example, I mean,
Mhm.
it's just a hypothetical situation that I'm talking about right now, ladies and gentlemen. But they got 2 frags. They just went passive, holded back their position, waited for maybe Medal Esports to approach the site, and they had their numbers as well. So that would have been a great advantage. That would have been the pistols for them,
True.
rather than just giving away bodies in that specific way and falling down the window. Not the best decision out there, and that's where the entirety of this match fell down, because pistol was everything that Black Flag had a chance on to capitalize, because after that you knew it was the match point for the sides of Medal Esports. So yeah, Black Flag, there is a lot of things, as you say, to brush up. We might see them coming back stronger, but either ways, let's just quickly head towards the highlights as well to see on what exactly went down. In the first round itself, you see 3 frags is what they had, and it all went down to one single player, Wimp, who converted a 4K and got the pistol. I mean, I'm not really sure on what it is with Black Flag and their pistols round, but for the first half and for the second half as well, it was almost theirs, right? It was almost the round that they had for themselves, but at the end, it was that one single player who denied them everything.
Absolutely. And again, whenever we are talking about all of these highlights and all of the previous plays, One Tap God getting those few clutches, but Wimp is the one who needs to be given the crown of the MVP in this
Yeah.
game, because he literally delivered so many MVP plays out there, even this 4K. It should again have been around for Black Flag, but giving the 1v1s or something you tend to not do whenever you are up against an opponent. as such as middle. Even those few rounds, the perfect shutdown on towards C, and then it was a rollback also, if I'm not wrong about one of those rounds. But either way, still at least 6 or 7, maybe we were seeing a scoreline of 7-0. So still, Black Flag getting a few more rounds in their favor. And this one play also, it was actually pretty good. ZC getting the trade of his teammate and the position. Black Hockey did anticipate it, but did not quite get the pick onto Ronnie because it turned around just like that. Wimp, that discipline, man, it always comes into play. One tap God as well, getting one, but ZC quickly trading it off. So you know that Black Flag had the potential. They had the gunpowder. The only thing that they were lacking was the experience. Ronnie was actually caught in the fault line, so he getting one in that situation is still actually a pretty important and a good thing coming in from him.
True. It all went down to Medal Esports having an advantage in the first half itself, right? They had the double digits for themselves in the first half. Now look at this pistol round. They had all the advantage that they wanted. Rudy was so good with both of the frags, right? Dashing out of the garage, he found both of them. But at the end, what happened? They lost the pistol round as well. And as I said, losing the pistol round would just give an advantage and the match point to the sides of Middle Esports. That's exactly where it all went down to the match point in this round as well. Rudy had the first frag. The opening was right there. It all went down to the afterplan situation and the retake, which did not work in their favor. But right now, if I talk about the scoreboard, oh, come on. Wimp is with 18 kills and 7 frags, definitely the top one. But the highest ACS goes to Easy with 294, 16 kills for him, and Blackhawk as well, one tap god with 9, Paradox with 12. On the other side, Rudy, as I said, 6 first bloods. You see how much Rudy single-handedly has done for his team. 6 first bloods, that's a lot.
He was doing a great job out there because again, you were seeing those engages. He was getting aggressive, but a little overly aggressive is something I would also mention. Because yes, he waited for the utilities, but then just got way too ahead of them, trying to take a lot more space than was what required at that specific moment. Because again, as a duelist, your main job is to try and get the crosshairs of your opponent away from the choke point. But what he was doing was that, yes, he got through the choke point and then he also moved away from those players. And that was one of the reasons why the defenders still had their crosshairs posted on the choke points. They had those utils. Aftershocks were also there, maybe some shock darts to stop them. So Rudy was the one who was just being isolated from his team. And eventually that led to a situation where it was again down to at best a 4v4. That is if Rudy got a trade out of that. But either ways, it was a really good game coming in from both of these teams. And I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the next one.
Yeah, that's going to be true. For now, one more match, ladies and gentlemen, is what is remaining. So we will be going to a quick short break. Yeah, that's needed. I really need to drink some water and prepare for the upcoming match. So do not go anywhere. Stay tuned and we will be right back.
Whoa, they ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I should overcome, what for? Train in the trees, please walk my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands and stormy shores, sweating tears and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. And today, we break through. Stop clocks on the speed bag. Every yell under pressure, no jet lag. This is greater than trophies and so low, so near. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. And today, we break through. And today, we break through.
See, Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Hey. They been on it, drum on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Just I get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics, I need it from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Jay with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like it's surgery. She be curving you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. It ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This for side, get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run around with it. Run around with it. Run around with that. just staying in town. I'm on the edge, I ain't coming down. I get too high, I'm afraid of the ground. I'm young and I'm paid to play with these sounds. Ignoring the call, she shutting that gown. Started the top and I'm taking it down off the champagne. Took a break from the brown on a rampage. I've been giving it brown. Shawty been solid some time now. I'm aligned for the wine, dine, and I'm with it. Look where we started and look where we at. I can see where we headed, but I can't see me finish. 3 years ago, I was down on my last. Was stuck at the crib, I couldn't get out of my bed. Then I realized it's all in my head. And I can't go back to the past, yeah. Except now I'm moving, put all in the music for more like a movement is brewing. I cannot picture us losing. I'm sharp when I shoot it, the world is my tutor. She wanna lip block in public, but know that I'm published, we settle for safety. Not in the street, but I'm on the same muscle, that schedule been driving her crazy. They talk like they know me, but know that they bluffing unless it's somebody that pays me. Keep minding your business, the money been printed, my nigga just gotta go get it. I'm in the zone through the winter. I'm trying to see Rome, see Venice. I'm at the summit, I'm thumbing my budget, my nigga, it's nothing, just part of my image. I need a minute. I know they live it, admit it, I'm teed up. Little baby, she a teaser. Tell her to follow the leader. I put that weight on my shoulders, so let's run up the check in my knees, yeah. Really not nobody real, it feel like the stars align and you can see, yeah. Just look at the drip, it's lit. I've been on 10, I've been on 10. I'm active, yeah, yeah. Sliding that thing, tell them to step back, cause I'm out of their range. I'm batting again, yeah, I'm active again, yeah. Jaded, they tangled in feelings. I'm on a wave, I know that they hate it. Praises to high, ain't nobody really. I'm gifted, won't trade it for nothing, I'm in it. I get deposits, so I keep it cautious. No cash at the crib, everything been legit. I keep it solid, I know they gon' talk when I get it. They claim they're part of this, but I'm dolo with it. I'm chasing the riches, the riders, the Hail Mary to the Benjamins. Niggas is mad, they cynical. The hate in your heart, waste your energy. They want what we on, they envy, don't pay it no mind. Too focused on enemy. My soul too pure to have enemies, so I hope you can find you some minute peace. I need a minute. I know they live it, admit it, I'm teed up. Little baby, she a teaser. Tell her to follow the leader. I put that weight on my shoulders, so let's run up the check in my knees, yeah. Really not nobody real, it feel like the stars align and you can see, yeah. Just look at the drip, it's lit. I've been on 10, I've been on 10. I'm active, yeah, yeah. Sliding that thing, tell them to step back, cause I'm out of their range. I'm batting again, yeah. I'm active again, yeah.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Wait a minute, work hard for the car, so that's why it's all tinted. Wait a minute, had a real late night, woke up with my head spinning out in Nashville. It's been mad real, I need sunglasses, I need Advil. I like fake booms, and my cash real. I like first place, you're in last still. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Look, pocket rocket in my pocket, please don't make me pop it. All these boys just wanna copy the style, tell them stop it, whoa, whoa. It's my destiny, feeling like Latoya, like it found me my Beyonce, and she shotgun in the cockpit. Grinding with the team, making C notes. In my pocket still full of green, call it CeeLo. Alligator watch on me, Tim Tebow. And these haters love to watch me like Tebow. Look, I don't take L's, I just learn a lesson. Before I count the M's, always count my blessings. Look, I'm too short, never second guessing. Got some money, put up for the rain, so I'm never stressing.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Hey, They been on they drum on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit you from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like it's surgery. She been curving you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. They been on they ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill.
Well, at least the countdown has been over. I was hoping it might be going on forever from 5 and 4, but 3, 2, 1, we are back again, guys. It's Lenovo presents the Arena Championship, brought to you by Comic Con India and the Esports Club, powered by AMD. On the casting desk, you have me, Idiot, and alongside me, Darshita, with a great outfit on. So, how have you been enjoying the past few matches?
Well, it's been an amazing day, honestly, to start things off with the 13-0 itself. I am hoping and expecting a lot to end today's day itself. Maybe an overtime.
True.
Is that too much to ask, though, Sked? I really want to know it from you. Asking an overtime or maybe witnessing Izo as an agent while in match, is it too much to ask?
I mean, one of them's gotta happen, and the other one is just too much to ask for. And I believe we'll probably see an overtime because the teams in front of us are Killwing up against Dieversity. So, new names coming up and new players making up those teams and moving forward in the tournaments. They're already in the round of 16, so you know that these teams are pretty capable and super solid onto that one. And we'll be going onto the map of Haven again.
Yeah, they are taking us to the map of Haven over and over again, ladies and gentlemen. Team Killwing going up against the sides of Team Dieversity. Now, I really love the logos and the names of both of these teams. But what I really want to fall in love right now is going to be an overtime that I want to witness. It's been a while, right? In this 2 days itself, 8 matches that we have witnessed on this broadcast. Rest happened offline though. But yeah, we haven't seen a close match, a match that gets us on our nerves, right? Maybe a 13-11, a 13-10. We haven't got an opportunity to witness any kind of a match. Everything seemed to be so one-sided, but now let's see what it is like, because I'm expecting I mean, honestly, I do feel like we can place our bets maybe towards the Killwing. I don't know the players though. Kokushibo, YT, Ilbot, I mean, Doodly Duo, okay. Dai and Krish, seen them perform prior as well. Yeah, Doodly Do though. A bit of a tongue twister day I have today, so yeah, please take it over.
I was just about to say the doodly doodly doo. So sorry for that.
Oh my god.
If you know, you know. 90s kids will know this. Everyone from 90s will know this. But we'll talk about that later because Dieversity has just logged in their agents. It's going to be Fade, Jet, Yoru as well, along with a Killjoy and an Omen. I really love the Yoru pick coming in. I'm going to enjoy it. I mean, I wanted to see Iso, but screw it. Yoru, yes, let's go. Yoru for the win.
Also, no breach. I mean, this is the map of Haven.
No breach.
We are witnessing a composition with no breach and a double duelist. Not even a double initiator, which is, I feel, much needed when it goes down to a map which is Breeze. I mean, double controller for Lotus, double initiator for Haven. I also remember witnessing a Viper on Haven. Yeah, if I'm not wrong, that was the sides of True Rippers who did show us a double controller when it went down to the map of Haven, but yeah, what's done is what's done. Let's just focus on what is gonna happen because interesting picks coming up. Fade alongside double duelist. Ha, scared. Now this might just be one of those maps that we were waiting for a while.
Highly possible, highly possible. Because yes, you mentioned that there is no breach whatsoever, but I love the fact that Fade has also been picked because you can use up your
Yeah.
haunt lineups to reveal out the positions of the opponents. And Fade's ultimate is kind of like the breach ultimate, right? Yeah, the animation and everything is different, but the fact that you get knocked up and concussed in a breach ult while you'll basically be decayed in the Fade ult, it gives you a lot of value, and it also reveals how many players are actually on the site as well. You can see all those trails. You can send your prowlers out. They'll be following the trail. Can also disrupt the crosshair placement of your opponent. It can give you a lot of room to work with. So I really love the addition of Fade here. Plus with the double duelist, I mean, we can give Yoru one that has got a couple of flashes as well to work with. So can also work like a pseudo initiator in your team. Plus
Hmm.
can help with a few of those liners for Jet to be posted up as the main duelist. And even if you lose Jet, you know there's going to be Yoru with the TPs out there. And also the dimensional drift is going to provide you a lot of value. Now we've been talking about diversity. Killwing, I still think that yes, their composition is also pretty decent coming in. So I still believe that it's going to come down to those aim duels and also those important strategic micro decision makings.
Yeah, that's gonna be true. Honestly, I just don't want to see a one-sided victory, because going down to the round
True.
of 16, if I honestly talk about it right now, we've already filtered down the teams, right? Because round of 32 or maybe open qualifiers, that was a complete different story. We had teams from all around, maybe who did not make it to the upcoming stage. That's a complete different story. But right now, when it goes down to the round of
True.
16, I feel we have already filtered out a lot of teams, and now we are filtering them a lot because top four are the only spot where everyone wants to be. And if you want to make it to Bangalore, if you want to make it to the Comic Con land, you need to be in the top four. And also, I'd love to remind you guys that you get rewarded only in the top three positioning. So even if you are, in the top four positioning, you are not gonna get rewarded being on the fourth position itself because we have a prize pool, a huge prize pool of 3 lakh INR, which is going to be distributed in the top three teams, right? So at the end of the day, you need to be in that spot to get rewarded. At least some, rewards in return of all the hard work that you've been doing this entire time to be there and take down your opponents and maybe have a great fight against them. So there's a lot to ask from
True.
these teams right now. But again, if I tend to ask you a question, who are going to be your top four predictions? I mean, yeah, it's too early to ask, I know,
Ah,
but yet I really wanna,
all right.
have at least a black image in my mind.
I was checking the list of all the teams, right? So, I mean, the
Yeah,
first three teams you already know. I am going to put my bets on True Rippers, Middle, and Reckoning. But again,
reckoning.
we've got
Yeah.
Team Sarafa as well up on board and a few more teams out there. So, it's going to be a difficult decision and difficult question to answer. But I still feel as long as Sarafa are not up against any of the top three teams, maybe they would be the fourth team to qualify. Again, these are just my predictions, and honestly, I would love to see the addition of underdog teams as well in those ones. Maybe replace two or three teams as well for from that position. But again, beating middle, beating True Rippers, it's just going to
Mm-hmm.
require a whole lot of study about how these teams rotate, how these players tend to play, and what are their strengths on which kind of maps. So you've got to veto in such a way that you don't give them their super solid map while also studying their rotation on the map that you want to play. It's going to be pretty difficult, but I still feel maybe these teams can pull it off. But we'll have to wait and see if, in case,
Without a star, I
Diversity are able to
cannot.
pull this pistol off in their favor, or will it be Killwing?
Obscuring vision.
The Euro plays in the initial stages itself towards the A shot, but for now the execution is making its way towards the C side. Over and over again, a lot of Haven that we've been witnessing, but Kami shuts down Killjoy. Ragnarok gets taken down. The site is completely open for business and the plant will go down comfortably. It all goes down to the post-plant situation, which might just be in the favors of Team Diversity. The way they've been hitting those perfect shots, my oh my. Shadow finally there's someone who could stop him from getting those frags out there. 2 versus 3 Diversity has the perfect numbers to work around with. But the Sova and the Astra, this deadly duo, will they be able to pull off anything is the question. Trying to go in for the defusal. Still trying to stick in. But the Killjoy will be enough to shut down both the players and get Diversity their very first round.
That is true. He needed to get that last pick whatsoever. That last shot needed to be connected because it was half defuse already done. Showdown was also coming in, but 3v2 situation, it was very difficult to play out, especially given the fact that the rotation coming in from Sky was actually on point. This is such a lovely sticker. I want that. I'll try and pull it off. Maybe, but for now, Killwing would have to pull off a miracle in this second round if in case they want to win against the weapon disadvantage. Diversity with a few specters to play with are again gonna go in and play with their default setup wherein they're not pushing any part of the map and are just waiting for the aggression from Killwing, and I love this play.
Yeah. Slowly and steadily. They are divided though. I mean, look at that. 2 players towards A, 2 outside B, and window 1 towards the extremity of C site itself. So, yeah, they are divided for now, but it's going to be a C hit, maybe a C hit coming up. Flashes are on point. There's just 1 player towards the A, but the rotation and the reinforcement has been called in, and now it's going to be 3. But the main problem is the C side, right? Because the players are already deep inside the site, and now taking away the control is going to be so difficult. Shadow good for 1, might just double it up. A lot of damage that Kokushibo has on to himself. But it all goes down to Killwing, remaining 3 players, and the spike is planted. Oh, Shadow.
Enemy remaining.
Well. Just a small hiccup, but after that they were easily able to get the round in their favor. Now this is the power of a Yoru whenever you have him in your team, is that you can try and make attention, make a play towards one part of the map while all you need is just a single tap onto E and you would be able to gate crash on towards the other side, just TP on the other part of the map. And guess what? Yoru is basically one of the only agent out there who can literally be at 2 different positions at once.
Yeah.
Just what happened in the previous round. Made some tension, made some noise towards A, grabbed the attention of the defenders, and then TP'd back to the spawn, moving with his team towards the seaside. And he was just ready with the execute utils as well. So again, Fate is just going to clear up on all of these close angles. And then they would be also able to move forward, already getting a ton of chip damage onto Ray, so have to play it safe. That's going to be the haunt being used up. The execute's going to begin. Position noted down. Spray down is also good. For 1 trade coming in, but that's going to be Diversity just losing numbers. Somehow trying to get it back to a 2v2 position. Will also have the weaponry upgrade. My goodness. That's another trade. Kami getting through the smoke. And now they're in the advantage. They've got 3 people. Remaining. Only 2 of them make it 1 for Killwing. Heavens also watched out for shot connecting right onto the head. And that was just an insane shot coming in from him. Yes, simple enough, but even the simple shots are needed to be so precise because he was just seeing that head.
Yeah, pixels, right. He was completely relying onto those pixels to get that frag, and look where they've got the sides of Killwing already onto a save. I mean, they do not have the economy, right? Because the previous round was a full buy round and few of the players were down with no money in their pockets. So right now, they'll need to go in for a complete save. A judge being invested on from the sides of Sova, understanding the fact that he can go in for a buy in the upcoming round as well. But again, an important frag and a precise connection. The KJ tends to shut down. Kokushibo, YT, and Killwing have lost their numbers. So, economically, not a good round in terms of the manpower that they have. Again, not a good sign for them. A 4 versus 5. Now, the only thing that can change the entirety of this round is if they go in and pressurize towards the A shot, and if that Sova is able to, get the frags with the judge, because you know how vulnerable the judge is in the close range.
Indeed. We even saw that in the game number 1. The judge play is coming in, but seriously, it being in the hands of Choba is something I was about to say I'm not a big fan of, but with this play, I might just have to shut up because again, that's going to be a shot coming in directly onto the head, so we're taken down. Side control, in the hands of Diversity, getting those sound cues as well, so they already have an idea. There might be a couple of players at least towards the heaven.
Right there.
Spike has been planted, and they would be able to try and get into the after plant, denied by Astra. And it's the eco coming in for Killwing. So you already know that more damage they deal, the more kills they find, the better it would be for them.
Yeah, that's so true. For now, Kami finds one on the Killjoy. A 2 versus 2 jumping down was not the best possible decision. Kami with the 3K and Diversity with the 4th round on board. Either ways, it's got to be profitable for the sides of Diversity because they just did not get the round and got the 4th one on board. They even upgraded few sheriffs for themselves. So you know, right, if you are really good with sheriffs or want to hurt your opponents in the best possible way, you can go in for a sheriff one tap. But only if your aim is that precise. Either way, Killwing will finally have their full buy round for the second time in this match. They need to convert this one. Again, economy is what is at stake right now. Kokoshibo White, I'm not really sure on why do I see him with 0 kills though, because that's not what I have seen him before. Previously when he used to be on our screens, he was so precise. But yeah, it's just the start, right? It's just the start, so you never know. But for now, the Fade Art comes into the picture. Shadow will be dashing right inside the site itself, and the respect will be given from the sides of Team Killwing until and unless Ragnarok gets taken down, and finally Killwing do have the perfect numbers for themselves. The Hunter's Fury comes into the investment, will be finding nothing, and I feel that's going to be a call of rotation though, because it's just down to 3 remaining players. The Fate does have the spike control, so they might just make their way towards maybe the B or the A site, but look at C site here, it's completely open.
The way that they actually cut the noise was perfect, but still, the defense will be spread out in the exact same way. All the utility dump, everything that came into play from Diversity was just not that great. 1-for-1 trade. That is what Killwing have been looking forward to. Breach, controlling the garage, would probably be able to just try and do some damage, but that's about it. Would not be able to deny anything. The flash comes in, retake attempt. Here we go. First shot connected, but that's down to just a 1v3. It's got a swarm grenade out on plays, but cannot play in for the after plant and will be taken down. So that is just a flood perfect retake coming in from Killwing. And they secure the first round in the game.
Yep, I feel it got messy in the initial stages itself, you know, because when the Fade Art did come online, the dash-in was there, but there was a lot of future dump and the very first frag as well. Even on the other side, they would have converted a 4v5, but then at all, the second player got denied and the situation was completely vulnerable. They had no other option. The 3 versus 5, the Omen ult was invested onto. So we need to remember they invested 2 ults in that specific round, but still the round went in the favors of Team Killwing, the Omen and the Fade. So they need to wait for a while until they get their ults back online. But for now, again a split, a 2-1-2 maybe. The KJ setup is right presence towards the garage. For now, they have the information to work around, but the spike has not yet made its way towards either of the sides, so they might tend to play on at least the initial frag that they have.
Indeed, they would have to play around safe.
Yeah.
But again, just looking at the way these rounds have been going, right? You still tend to feel that Diversity would probably be the ones to have a good enough situation. In this case, Astra could try and take a contact, but maybe would be traded. Takes the first fight, taken down instantly, and that's going to be the fault line coming in. Ragnarok jumps into the side.
Take flight.
And he's got the control of hell entirely. Sova in the heaven with the all-round will reveal the position to his teammates. Spike being transferred. It's a 4v4 situation. Even the lockdown has been invested. That's Panda going in for the spike plant. Everyone would just need to respect it. Yes, shock darts were there to deal a ton of damage, and Panda is just down to 13 HP.
Yeah, the shock dart did give Panda a lot of problems. So Teammates need to be careful, but look at that. It's a wrong move. That's just so perfect. Not for a long period of time will it last as it goes down to a 3 versus 2. That's gonna be the KJ and the KJ set. Tough working wonders for them. Kami good for one. Doubles it up. Oh my god, Kami! You are a monster! A 3K for Kami single-handedly denies every single player out there as they tend to peek him one by one. Dieversity with one more, and I have to give it to Kami. No cap. I mean, look at that. One, look at that second, and look at the third. Perfect shot.
He named himself Kami for a reason. He's literally being an aim god at this point because Kami means god in Japanese, and he's literally showing some godlike play. 11 and 1.
Scanning ahead.
He is just being an anchor for his team at this point. The fragging anchor, even though he's just an omen.
Yeah.
He's playing so well, and again, not investing too much onto that fight, not giving any kind of peek whatsoever because he knows one shot being landed of the opponent on his head and that's it. They'll be having the weaponry and the numbers advantage and does not want his team to be on the receiving end of it. Skuni again, long range play, Ragnarok getting some contact but no picks whatsoever. So Killwing is trying to take some space around the map, but that's all they're doing. Race position revealed, but he actually gets that shot right onto the head. Kami needs to take the trade as the showstopper being used up, and his shot has been stopped right away. Kami says, not on my turf, and they've got enough time to go in for the C execute, as the retake would also be there, but not that fast. The plant will go down.
Spike planted.
It's going to be a comfortable plan though for the sides of Dieversity. They do not have the numbers, but Killwing, they do not have a good weaponry. So, Breach falling down would be a bit tough and hiccup. But what in the world did I just see? Astra! Oh my god! How are they even able to hit those perfect, precise Seraph shots? You know, scared completely based on few sheriffs for themselves. Killwing has tend to pull off a thrifty for themselves and get the second one on board. Astra, two bullets being fired from that sheriff hit perfectly on the skull of his opponents. And that was enough, more than enough to deny Dieversity for that round.
That was just a great timing coming in from him on the back of the contact that was made by Omen in the garage. So it was literally a great play coming in and Kami finally falling down for the second time. I just might have jinxed him way too hard at this point, though still attention being shown towards the A. Bladestorm has also been invested, and you know that there's dimensional rift available. So they can try and go in for a very pacey execute if they want, but they'll be welcomed by a cavalry. There are already 3 people on the site. Yes, on the back, just playing for the retake, on the back of those contacts. Nothing being invested on way too much, as you can see Kami has been posted in the silver, so any kind of rotation will just be catching him standing in that position. Maybe he'll be the ones who'll come out on the top with those trades. If lucky, maybe 2. If not, maybe none. Because the attention is diverted towards the B. Spike has not yet been invested, so we know that Dieversity is just playing on the back of the contacts. Spray down, not pretty at all. So wow, wins that duel. Sky taking that space. Can he win the fight? Yes, he definitely will. X1. Can he follow it up with even more? That's the question, as Astra gets the trade onto Kami on the other side of the map.
Oh,
30 seconds
positioning
left.
towards the A lane for now. Sky can actually go walk in towards the site and maybe shut down Illbot, but will that be possible? Well, either way, if it is not, it's gonna be Panda who shuts Astra down. Investments on the Nightfall, yes, it has been made, and they won't find anything in return though. But either way, they get the spike planted, and now it's all about the post-plant scenario. A 3 versus 3 Killwing. They do have the Killjoy lockdown to be invested onto. Breach finds one. That's going to be Panda done for. Now that they have invested onto the lockdown. Look at Shadow. Look at Shadow. It's vulnerable. It's so vulnerable. Shadow. Right towards the back of all of these players. Will shut down 3 of them and deny them the entire entire round. Should have been at least one player who checked that positioning. Slowly and steadily creeping up towards the stairs. Shadow denied every single thing to the sides of Killwing, and it all went down to Dieversity and their 6th round on board.
Absolutely brilliant heroics coming in from him, and that's the duelist look for you.
Oh my god.
Dimensional Rift being used up, and he quickly uses the gate crash as well to jump towards the other part of this entire map, and he's got the full control of the A side. What a crazy Euro mechanic play coming in from the side of Dieversity, and they'll be able to get the plant in whatsoever.
Bomb buddy out.
And he's just posted up in the graffiti.
Planted.
Will be spotted by the Outer. No! Outer did not spot him! But he's still been taken care of.
Yeah, even though the Outlook did not spot him, but the numbers are perfectly working for the sides of Team Killwing. For now, Killjoy with a 3K and a flawless victory for the sides of Killwing. Now, this more or less seems to be a close match, honestly. Yeah, for few rounds, the way Dieversity has performed.
I love you all.
Good plays, good stuffs from them. But either way, Killwing, they are trying to make that comeback. And even if they end it maybe with a 7-5 in the defensive half, they can change things around in the attacking half. And that's where the pistol round will come into the play. And that's where things might really change. 3-6, Killwing finally getting a flawless round for themselves, which was much needed, which maybe will just give them a lot of confidence and a lot of momentum. But what's the plan from Dieversity is the question. I don't feel that's going to be a lot of economical dent that they have for themselves, or maybe because they've just won one single round. But yeah, either ways, they have a full buy for themselves. They know the positioning as well. Towards the garage is where they want to make their way. Kami good for one to start things off with stealth. Wallbang shots, not enough as Shadow shots down Kokushibo. Whitey Sowa goes down, so is the case with Breach. Every single player, apart from that Astra, seems to be falling down. As soon as I say that, it's going to be Astra saying a goodbye though. And the 7th one for the sides of Dieversity. The ball is rolling into anyone's courtyard.
True that. Definitely. At this point, I mean, if you're a Killwing fan, you already know that, you know, in order to win those rounds, you basically first need to take care of Kami, and then you need to follow it up with by taking care of all the other people out there, while also watching regarding that flank. However, all the util dump of Killjoy towards garage, while 3 people are also invested towards the kind of shows the fact that Killwing probably want to go in for an aggressive play, but Shadow will be surviving that one. But in the meantime, there's also an aggression from Severs. Astra will be able to just hop off out of the harm's way, and in the meantime, Sova is also able to get one in all of that chaos.
Bring them down.
So the opener for Killwing, he's pretty low in that HP. Always gonna clear some of those space, but Kokushi was just getting way too ahead of himself. Welcomed by Shadow and his teammates. It's down to 11 HP though, that is pretty low. But in the meantime, oh my goodness, the Hunter's Fury being used up. Can it get something? That's the question. Maybe not. Shadow is the one who actually takes care of Breach in the garage. The control is being given. But look at the HP on Jet and Fate. It's just way too low, as Ragnarok was in the meantime taken care of by the Astra. What?
Exactly, that's what I was talking about a while ago. Shadow with a 3K and a perfect connection.
30 seconds left.
He's surviving. He's barely surviving. 11 HP. That's pixel of health that he has for himself. Still has been able to hit those shots so confidently. A side might just not be open for the business yet. Now it is. The smokes have been placed perfectly. Last 15 seconds is where they get the spike planted as well. But now what's up with the post plant is the question. 2 remaining players, but they have the Astra ult. 2 players are way too low. Dieversity, they need to be very careful. Avoiding unnecessary fights would be the best possible option.
One enemy remaining.
That position was anticipated. Kami good for 1. Yes, he is trying to take down the last player, Krish. Will he be able to take a 1v2? if he's able to deny Kami, I feel this is yet doable, but time. Is that his best friend is the question. Maybe going in for a save would be a better option for him. Will be saving a Vandal for himself out of this entire round. But they also need to understand the fact that Diversity right now is running away with the rounds. And by case, I mean, just in case if they get the pistol in the second half, it's going to be so vulnerable for Killwing.
Last round before the switch.
Extremely vulnerable. You're absolutely correct on to that one. So I believe, yes, the save option was very likely, but looking at the economy that his team has, it was basically the best option at that position. He did not have enough time to go in for that play. There were just so many angles he needed to watch out for, especially after the Omen TP'd from the close. You know that he could be anywhere on that map, maybe playing something off, and also could be a possibility of a crossfire setup. So still would say a decent decision, but they need to get this last round whatsoever. Killwing, they've had a few good reads onto Diversity a couple of times, but at this point it just seems that they're kind of answering to the plays that Diversity are making. They're not trying to proactively deny them any kind of space. They have been moving around freely in this map, and look at the amount of map space that just has been given to them, and nothing has been gained out of it. Entire mid being controlled by them. They could have been pushed up A long, maybe C. As of now, things just going quiet.
Yeah, the execution is on a pause right now. Everyone seems to be quiet. No sound cues whatsoever. Diversity, it seems like they are testing the patience for the sides of Killwing right now, but with the smokes and the fade utils, it's going to give away a lot of information. Flashes seems to be perfect. They find the first opening and they shut down Kokoshibo as well. Might convert the third one. Killjoy, the Vandal retrieve from the previous round, will definitely give him one. Not just one, but a double kill on the other side. Diversity, they've completely shut down Killwing towards the B as well. And the first half, ladies and gentlemen, ends with a 9-3 scoreline. We were talking about a 7-5. So that Killwing can, take it to an equalizer with winning the pistol round. But it comes to a point where pistol round decides the fate of Killwing now. If at all Diversity wins it, you know how vulnerable it is going to be. But look at Kami. 17 kills for Kami. Ragnarok, he does have 1 kill, but 8 assists. I mean, the agent composition, right, coming up from Diversity. I'm really excited to see on how far is it going to take them in the defensive side.
Uphill battle is what they are in right now, and it's going to be precarious as well. You will look at the scoreline. I mean, 9-3, maybe a curse, could help out Killwing, but that's just kind of relying on to something that might not even be there. So they need to just rely on the aims and the utils that they have. So we're just holding the space, ready for any kind of push. That's just a Yoru's fake clone. There's one thing, right? Once you deal with the Yoru's clone, you already know that, alright, you're not gonna face any more of that.
You know,
Maybe.
it's fun to...
As of now.
It's so fun to maybe see the player of Diversity, the Yoru itself pretending to be a clone and just turning around and taking down his opponents if not checked onto. It would definitely be a fun thing to witness, but right now we're not going to talk about fun as it's going to be the Killjoy on a rampage mode, a 3K. Shadow, before he gets taken down, finds 2 as well. Diversity left onto 2 remaining players. A 1v2, Lil Bot. Is Bot out there. Look at his positioning. Diversity, 1 last remaining player. A 1 versus 3 to get the double digits on board. Will that be possible? Ragnarok, it's time to shine. It's time to climb up in the scoreboard as well. Only if he's able to pull off a 1 versus 3 clutch for himself. But looking at the positioning coming up...
Anyone else?
Where are you looking at? Alright, maybe looking towards the other...
Possibly.
I'm having a huge question mark though, but that's completely alright. At the end, Killwing, there was a much needed pistol for them and they finally get it.
I got enough time to go into the astral form.
Indeed, and again, the comeback always starts from here. Is that something like a gauntlet on the left hand of Astra? It kind of looks like it. It's cool though, but we'll talk about the cool things later. As for now, we're still going to focus down on this offense capabilities of the lineup coming in from Killwing. Because no matter how you look at it, they only have just a few more rounds to probably let go of. Because apart from that, they will always have to be on their toes. They need to be just super attentive as to what's happening around the map. Outgrown being used up, smoke again coming down. So they basically have an idea where Omen might be, but
Yeah.
you just can't push up the smoke like that. You always have to have those utils, and all they needed to do was try and grab the information. But I think so using the owl drone, unless it was only for misdirection, I don't think so. There was a lot of value out of it because most of it was just in that alley. And apart from that, it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade coming in. I think so. If you're looking at the perspective of Dieversity, it was good unless Killjoy actually found out this pick, and they might score it for a direct hit coming in. Ragnarok's position unanticipated now is been noticed. Will be taken down to a 2v3. No weaponry is gained, but yeah, a couple of them lost from Killwing.
Placing swarm grenade.
I'd say it's yet doable for the sides of Dieversity. 2 remaining players. Only if they tend to retrieve one weapon or if that frenzy works magic for them, things might be different. They also have a Spectre though, but a Bulldog versus Spectre. Not really sure on who comes up on the top. It's going to be Kokoshibo Whitey with a Bulldog for himself. Shadow, last one to survive, finds one point. The second one as
Who
well.
predicted this?
It was so close, Shadow. Surviving till the last breath for him, for his entire team. Took down 2 players but could not capitalize on the third one, and that's where it finally is going to be the sides of Killwing. But once again, if I talk in terms of economy, it's going to be a huge dent, right? I mean, they need to reinvest onto a lot, and it's going to be a full buy for the sides of Dieversity. Also, Shadow investing onto an operator is a huge investment though, but not really sure on what the buy looks like for the sides of Killwing. 1 Sheriff, 1 Bulldog, 2 Phantoms, and 1 Vandal.
Placing alarm bot.
Alright.
I love the fact that even after everything, we still saw Dieversity getting 4 of those weaponries out of the hands of Killwing. So yes, just as you mentioned, either Killwing would have to fully invest onto this one and make this the full proper gun round, or just work with a few classics, maybe a Sheriff here and there. So that would give the advantage into the hands of Dieversity in any kind of situation. Well, now we're going to see some execute being pulled up. Raze just stopped halfway. So we're trading it off right off the bat. Sky holding an angle yet again. Has to get the second. Not good for 1. So it's down to a 3v3 situation. And I think so. This lure could be everything. Ragnarok gets 1 more. Uses the TP to get back to safety. Spike was already down, but the position, he was only good for 1. Just as I mentioned, the lurk could be everything it could have made or broken this round, but as of now, only good for 1, and that's yet another pick. Shadow easily got control of the spike, but still very expensive for Killwing.
Yeah, it definitely is expensive, but I'm kind of, interested to see on what economy does the sides of Dieversity even have. I mean, what the sides of economy Killwing to have for themselves, because I remember talking about it in the previous round as well. They did invest onto a lot in the previous round, so this round I'm not really sure if they have a full buy for themselves, because they did went in and invest onto Phantoms and maybe a Vandal though. But yeah, either ways, let's see, we'll get to know about it soon. Look at that, 1 player having a Sheriff for himself. They will be completely relying onto those Sheriffs. That's going to be the sides of Team Killwing, ladies and gentlemen. Dieversity, they did get the previous round for themselves, so yeah, it's going to be a full buy for them. So either ways, this might just be a great advantage for the sides of Team Dieversity, and also the Dimensional Drift is online, so that can even change things, but let's see how it pans out for them.
We found one.
Oh.
Exactly, we'll just have to wait and see. As of now, the hit was on point. The spike will be planted, but that's going to be Ragnarok from behind. We'll be taking them down one after the other, and the way this retake has worked, the way Dieversity have just been flooding in, it was brilliant.
That kind of is gonna hurt though. Operator up against a Sheriff. I mean, alright. You need to, scope in and maybe have your aim completely set on that player, take him down. But investing onto those 800 creds has definitely rewarded one player from the sides of Killwing of Frag, and he took down the operator. But once again, they had their teammates to just retrieve it back. 5 to 11 Diversity right now are getting consecutive rounds. One more round away from the match point. Killwing, 3 important ultimates. That's going to be the Hunter's Fury, the Showstopper, and the KJ Lockdown. Need to plan first on how they can invest onto those ults, but for now, information, yeah, they know where Kami is. Now he cannot hold that close quarter angle, but Kokushiba Whitey. I don't think he wanted to go down in that specific way. 2 players towards the shot itself. A good control from the sides of Team Diversity would be denying not just the duelist, but an important ultimate as well. Panda gets taken down, but the trade comes up. Kami finds one. Sky gets down. The trades are perfect. In time, it just seems to be undeniable. 2 versus 2. 3 ultimates online. Scared. What do you think?
I'll handle this.
Oh.
Diversion drift being used up right on his face though. So that was fun to watch, but either way, still revealing the positions of both the opponents. That's going to be Jet going in with the blade stop. Perfect! Tries to move in front of him, but Yoru was there to save the day. He actually missed out on that right click, but still. Operator in hand, going to be kept by Shadow, and both the duelists working out perfect in unison. The way, yeah. Shots being fired, information given.
Diversity, they played that round so perfectly. Look at those plays coming up. The trades were so on point. We didn't even talk about it. Look at that perfect flash, the dash in, the frag, the second one as well. Kill for Yoru gets an assist for the Jet. Kill for Jet gets an assist for a Yoru. That's a perfect teamwork. 5 to 12, a do or die for the sides of Team Killwing though. The execution is what they are trying to go in for. So 1 for 1, yes he is. Kokushiba Whitey finally finds one onto Sky, and they do have the side control for themselves. Ragnarok gets taken down. 2 remaining players. Diversity, impossible to get this round. Next to impossible. Shadow good for 1, yes he is. Panda, will he be able to pressurize the players on a completely different angle?
Player standing.
No, is the answer. Both of them gets taken down. Kokushiba Whitey with a 3k and a scoreline of 6-12. I feel if Killwing would have done this way too before, there would have been some change in the scoreline. It was a fast execution, right?
It was super fast execute. That is correct. They've got the economy. They'll be getting the full buy coming in from Killwing, but not quite sure about the members of Diversity as scrappy buy for them as of now, and they'll just be going in for a save. So yeah, Killwing might move on to the 7 without any major problems. Just have to deal with a few sheriffs here and there, unless Diversity get a cracked game and then somehow show some great sheriff shot gameplay coming in. But 4 people moving towards the A, making a lot of noise. It's gonna grab the attention as well as the rotation, so Astra can try and make a play on the back of it. Gets activated as well, slowly moving forward. Will he be able to catch one? Noise being made, attention grab. Spike will go down as 4 people are just ready to flood in on towards the side. Nano Swarm's gonna be used up to punish anyone who's gonna push in from the graffiti. And that is just Hell being controlled by Breach. Execute come in as the retake is also there alongside with the Killjoy lockdown. Spray down is good, gets one more. Kokushibo, not that pretty. He needed that kill whatsoever, but the nade is gonna do the job for Panda as Kami gets detained.
No,
not a knife.
Not a
Please,
knife.
not a knife. Please, not a knife.
Come
And
on,
Kokushibo gets the knife.
Kokushibo. Not a knife at least. Alright though. I mean, if the game has given you a knife, you definitely use it in the best possible way, right? So, yeah, that's gonna
That's
be
not the
a
best,
knife.
but okay.
Maybe for Kokushibo and the entirety of Killwing it is. They are trying their level best to make a comeback from this score line. It was not a full buy. For the sides of Killwing, they went in for a complete save, but here's the full buy for them. 3 ults for the sides of Diversity, 2 for the sides of Killwing. Now let's see who comes up on the top. Love to invest onto their ult. A big no for Astra. Not really sure on why so much of aggression was showcased though, but it all goes down to Killwing not having the numbers for themselves. And towards the other side, Shadow, who does have an operator for him, is not able to hit those perfect shots. So it goes down to Killwing not having the remaining players. Now the only thing that can change this round will be the breach art, the Rolling Thunder,
Mhm.
because you know how impactful it is.
True. Super impactful indeed. That is correct. But I still feel that now the foremen moving in unison, it just seems that they actually want to go in and find a few trades here and there and try and pick a few
Yeah.
people off to equalize those numbers. Haunt was used up to reveal if there was any kind of aggression coming in from the servers as well, but nope is the answer. Fade holding the angle from heaven. So Panda try and figure out a few people from those corners. Is not going to survive from that one, as even the showstopper has been invested. Rolling Thunder was used up already. Only catching Panda, but no one to capitalize on the back of it
Spike
from. And
planted.
Nightfall is just ready for that retake.
Yeah.
And I think so. Dieversity can get this round because they've got Nightfall. They also have got the lockdown, which they will use. And everyone has to just exit the site. Only one small cubby in the long remaining. Spike was planted, so it's going to be a 5v4. That's the Nightfall as well. I'm not quite sure of that, as again everyone left the site, only one detained. Who's gonna come in, but everyone's just gonna flood in towards the side. Play down is good. The trades come in. Ragnarok 3, and it's just back and forth. Dieversity with the numbers advantage win it out, and they have got more than sufficient time to go in for the defuse as
Defenders,
Dieversity
yeah.
will be winning the game 13-7.
13-7, ladies and gentlemen. I did have a high hope. I mean, I really did have high hopes coming up from the sides of Killwings as well. But again, it all went down to two important ultimates, right? They had the KJ lockdown, they also had the Fate ultimate. So, what happened there was KJ did invest onto the lockdown, and in the last 3 seconds, I did saw the Fate Nightfall coming in as well, which got the situation out of control for the sides of Killwings, and either ways it was a bloodbath. Not just for one side though, either of the sides is what I'm talking
True.
about right now. Both of the teams did lose on to a lot of players at all. We had Dieversity with two remaining. They did go in and get the spike diffused and got the 13th one on board. Finally, after a lot of hiccups, though, I would say we have the sides, we have the winners of fourth match. That's going to be Dieversity. So today's day again has been really amazing. Few one-sided match, but I will still say that to end today's day, we did see a close match.
Finally, yeah. I mean, as
Yeah,
compared to all
finally,
the other
yeah.
matches, that was way too close as compared to them because the 13-1, 13-0 is something that we've been seeing for the past 2 days now. So bringing
Yeah.
it to a 13-7 scenario, I still found a slither of hope for Killwing. Maybe in the past few rounds,
Yeah.
they would have been able to, get a few frags for themselves. But it all just came down to those trades and the numbers advantage, which was basically in favor of Dieversity. So eventually, Killwing just not being able to capitalize on the back of their own utilities was something that I feel they would have to watch out for, especially for the future. Again, their execute was really on point. It was good. But they also have to anticipate a few off angle plays coming in from Euro, especially in the last one where he was just able to, get ahead in mid, was able to get a pick onto Astra and then just use the TP to go back to safety, back in his own spawn, and then move forward again and towards the other direction. So I like the decision making coming in from their side because on the back of it, they were able to rotate towards the A. They got the side control for themselves, but again, as soon as the lockdown came into play, they had two decisions to make. Maybe one is to just respect it entirely, or the second one to
Mm-hmm.
probably fight and break the lockdown. They went in for the former one, and it eventually did not work out for them really well. I did find the investment of Nightfall to be not put up to the best use because again in
Yeah.
the last 3 or 2 seconds of the lockdown you already know there would be absolutely no one on site. Had there been any person, they would have made a lot of noise already, probably at the 6th second or 5th second mark. And if they've not made any kind of noise, means they're just not on site. So Nightfall was, I personally feel, kind of wasted. What they could have done instead was the fact that could have used the Nightfall first and then
And
utilize the
then,
lockdown on the
yeah.
back of it because yeah, so that would have worked out better for them.
Yeah, that's just so true. But the fact still remains the same. Either way, if it was the lockdown utilized first or the nightfall utilized first, they wanted the run, they got it for themselves, and they sealed the deal with the
True.
13-7 victory, right? So even if the timing was not perfect, the job was done, right? So yeah, it just works magic for them. But for now, again, I do see a lot of amazing plays from both of these teams. I have to give it specially to Kami, though. He's been really good with his aim, the way he's been hitting those shots every single time. Yeah, after that 3K, it just seemed like my co-caster did jinx him a bit. I wouldn't say jinx though, but it just felt like that. But again, after all, at the end of the day, it's gonna be the final match that we did see a close competition. I mean, look at no highlights. I mean, I was actually waiting for highlights though, because I did feel like we might see highlights and relive the moments again. But either way, is talking about the scoreboard for now. 24 frags onto Kami. This is what I'm talking about. 24. That's a lot. I mean, the only player in the entire team to hit the 20s, more than 20s for himself.
That is true. In terms of first bloods, Doodly do 5 first bloods. And
Yeah.
honestly, you would not expect a Sova to get those 5, and that too on the team
I mean,
which did not win the game. He had 5
uh,
openers, so you already know that he provided an opportunity to your own team 5 times.
yeah, I mean, only if I take you back to the True Rippers match, the KJ had 6 first bloods. So you need to expect the
Well,
unexpected scared.
that's just true Rippers and the way that they roll
Yeah.
eventually. Every single player has got that potential, right? Because whenever they're up against underdogs, there are a few things that they expect and just a few things that might be unexpected, especially in the game where Rudy as the duelist was able to surprise all of us. So maybe we'll be seeing some similar plays tomorrow, or maybe there would be some underdog teams winning out. You will have to keep on watching Lenovo presents the Arena Championship by Comic Con India and the Esports Club powered by AMD to figure out if that is going to be true or not. For now, we're going to be taking the break, guys, and we'll see you guys tomorrow at the same time. This is me, Scared Yet. With me, Darshita will be signing off from the desk. See ya. Good night.
This for get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell.
Whoa, whoa, they ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I should overcome, what for? Train in the trees, please walk my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands, and stormy shores, sweating tears, and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. And today, we break through. The drop, stop clocks on the speed bag. Every out under pressure, no jet lag. This is greater than trophies and solo, so near. And today, we break through. And today,